Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja. Petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba aregesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Muko tayari? Muko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
You are watching Sound County Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound County Talk. Tukutane Sound County Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is your Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to remain on the cutting edge in making sense of most of our senseless politics. Well, welcome on board. Even as we start out, we thank everybody who is on the forefront of ensuring that he's not missing out on any of our broadcasts. Once again, I would love to remind us we are on YouTube on Sound Candid Talk TV, a different channel than the one we've been using all along. Is because the other one has issues that we are sorting out. Until that is done, we will be here. So if you know anybody who is looking for us, let them know we moved here and we are continuing with our broadcast as usual. Other handles remain the same: Sound Candid Talk Facebook page and Sound Candid Talk Twitter handle, and of course TikTok and other platforms. We want to call upon everyone to remind somebody and ensure that you invite somebody to be on the forefront of ensuring that they don't miss out on what we are doing. And we believe what we are doing is going to have a positive impact over this nation and the future of this great country. So please remind somebody, call upon somebody. Let's move together, even as we discuss these issues heartily. Well, Gatundu celebrates Uhuru Kenyatta's 62nd birthday. This seems to be a twist in the politics of Mount Kenya, especially Gatundu being the home turf of one Uhuru Kenyatta. And towards the elections, we had some issues from the place. The camp to cut Uhuru Kenyatta to size was camped in Gatundu, and all manner of names he was called, all manner of accusation and counter accusations were placed on him. What would make the residents of Gatundu celebrate Uhuru Kenyatta, throw for him a birthday party? Something significant is taking place. I would want us to weigh on the same, even as we look into the conversation. And the main question we ask tonight is: Ruto remains unmoved amidst high cost of living outcry by Kenyans. Why? What do you think William Ruto is up to with this high cost of living? Because we've been all blaming it on his incompetence, his ignorance, and probably his inability to chart the way forward for the economy. But it appears it is not any of that. It has something to do with a deliberate choice that he has made, because things will not be moving from bad to worse, now worse to worst, and he's unmoved. He continues as if nothing is happening. So I want us to look at this keenly also, even as we weigh on other issues that are coming up with our discussions tonight. And key on the same also is the Raila Odinga dominance of the Kenyan politics. He remains the most marked politician or political leader in this great country. And why is that the case? Of course, there's a poll question that I'll be soon putting up, and it has to do with the Raila Odinga factor in Kenyan politics. So I want you to be on the forefront. Karibisha mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba tuko hapa. Akisearch and search Sound Candid Talk TV, he will be able to get us forthwith. Take that link, share it in WhatsApp groups, share it in your Facebook groups, tag somebody, let everybody be here as we start out the conversation. I salute Alex Media. Nashukuru, karibu sana. Njia ya kuokoka. Bernard ni Yesu. Asante sana, mhubiri mkali leo. Faisa Fadhila, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Okay, naona Okay, kuna Jacqueline nani huyu? Jacqueline Nyaga. Hey to you. Thank you everybody. Please tuendelee kukaribishana. Hakikisha kwamba ausalii nyuma na upitwi na lolote. Karibisha mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba tuko hapa na tushaanza kipindi mapema. Haya yanatendeka. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tunakukaribisha mahala pote, na William Ruto haoni makosa yoyote na story ya high cost of living. Ukimwangalia vile anavyofikiria, vile anavyoongea na vile anavyofanya mambo, inaonekana kwamba kwake yeye mambo iko sawa, kwa sababu alituambia ni nani aliharibu uchumi, sijui nani ndo aliiba pesa, sijui kuna vita za Russia na Ukraine, mara sasa kuna vita za Israel, na kuuliza mbona is not moved with the outcry of Kenyans about the high cost of living. He is the one and only man that has presided over the shilling's depreciation from 119 to 150 in 1 year. Okay? After that, the cost of everything has almost doubled or tripled, and still he's talking stories, meaning he's not planning to do anything about this matter. Now, if this is the case, why would that be the case? Because any proper politician will be concerned about the people and the welfare of the people. He would listen to the outcry of the people. He will not be comfortable when people are uncomfortable. So what is this that gives him the confidence to continue being in office and doing nothing as far as helping the situation of Kenyans in their livelihood? Ni nini hiki ambacho kinamfanya yeye haoni tatizo lolote na vilio vya Wakenya na masuala ya hali ya maisha na masuala haya masomo ndio hayo ya medorora? Nimekuwa nimesikiliza mahojiano fulani ambayo yalikuwa yanazungumza kuhusu hali ya hii mnaita CBC, okay? Oh God, hii inaitwa Junior Secondary School, okay? Junior Secondary School inaendeshwa kama lower primary ile kindergarten ile, grade 1, 2 and 3, okay? Ambako you are the class teacher and you are the teacher of all subjects. So naambiwa hiyo junior secondary, in some schools they have one teacher who is teaching all the subjects, and some of those teachers are not even qualified to teach the subjects that they are teaching. So they are all attending the University of Google. Whatever they don't know, they Google, and then they go to YouTube and then use that information to come and teach as they learn. So they are learning as they teach. Now, all this is happening, and we seem to have somebody who is drawing salary, who is running around, traveling allowance. There was a newspaper today say a flying president. Now, why would this be the case? Nataka tuingie kwa kina kwa masuala haya. Kwa sababu unajua Wakenya, we adopt so quickly and we are so tolerant, and probably that is why he knows that the Kenyans will not do anything to him. So he can do anything against them, and there is nothing they can do against him. Is that the case? Haya, nataka uingie studio, tumia hiyo link tumepeana pale, kuingia studio ukaseme ya kwako ili tukakusikilize. Na tafadhali naomba ukaribishe mtu, usitazame kipindi peke yako. Ni muhimu wewe kukaribisha mtu ili tumakinike kwa pamoja. Link ndio hii ya kutumia kuingia kwa studio. Oscar Acha March anasema he's a fool. Peter Odundo say Arab Mashamba is a caste leader and sooner or later he must vacate the office. Very clueless. I am. Tunim Hamuda, hi to you. Thank you. Tafadhali tukue mstari wa mbele. Nataka hiyo namba ifike watu 100 hata tunapoingia kwa kina. Tafadhali ambia watu wote wale wako kwa Sound Candid Talk, tuko Sound Candid Talk TV. Okay? Wabadilishe wasonge na majira, wasikwame mahala pamoja. Na mojawapo ya maswala tunayozungumza ni kuhusu hii birthday ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay, imekuwa phenomenon in the sense that watu wa Gatundu wamesema lazima wamsherekee yeye. Okay, so what is it that is happening in Mount Kenya about Uhuru Kenyatta? Something phenomena is happening and we need to appreciate it. So let's listen out to this. Please tuwe mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu na kulike video, okay? Ukifika TV, like video and then karibisha mtu, makinika tu tukawe kwa on the same page tunapotekeleza wajibu wetu kama Wakenya wazalendo ambao hawataki mchezo na maisha ya Wakenya ama na viongozi wasiofaa ambao wanakwamilia uongozi ili hali hawaongozi. Look at this.
Wa Gatundu juu Mungu amemwezesha kufikisha miaka 62 na tumesema leo tumpatie zawadi kama watu wa Gatundu kwa yale yote ametendea hapa Gatundu South. Ametujengea mabarabara, ametujengea hospitali, ametujengea university, ametujengea hii soko inaonekana siku ya leo. Hawa mama walikuwa wananyeshewa lakini akakuja akawajengea soko. Siku ya leo tukasema tumpatie birthday, tusherekee pamoja, tukule sisi wote kama nyumba moja, nyumba ya Gatundu South.
Furaha yetu kubwa ni kwamba rais wa kwanza wa Jamhuri ya Kenya alitoka hapa. Mtoto yake ako hapa. Wananchi lazima waone baraka ya Mungu kwa sababu hata Mama Ngina Kenyatta ameona mzee yake akiwa rais, ameona mtoto yake akiwa rais na bado kwa hiyo boma bado tuko na begu ya Mungu kubwa sana inaweza tutawala nchi na tuongoza na hiyo baraka bado, hiyo mafuta bado iko hapo. Kwa hivyo kama kuna mtu anataka mafuta iko pale tu. Yeah. Uongozi wa Kikuyu lazima uyumbayumbe kwa sababu kila mtu anasema ni mkuu. Hii makosa imetokana na pale tu. Mimi kama sasa mimi ni muibaji wa Kikuyu na watu wananijua sana. Lazima zote kwanza kama tunataka kushikana turudiane pamoja. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta arudi nyumbani kama Mkikuyu. Au Deputy President arudi, wabunge wote warudi pamoja, tuongee kwa sauti moja. Na kama hatutaongea pamoja, lazima iubayube kabisa.
Tulikuwa tunaweza kusomeza watoto, tulikuwa tunaweza kuwapea chakula, lakini sasa hata kusomeza watoto hatuwezi. Na hata tufanyia vizuri akachukua watoto wetu akawapeleka kazi. Sasa saa hii hakuna watoto haendi kazi, hatuwezi kuwasomeza, hatuwapei chakula vile tunaweza, kwa hivyo tuko na shida. Tunaona tulimkosea juu tulienda na wave. Tulimkosea yenyewe, tunajua alikasirika juu tulimkosea. Sasa tunaomba atusamehe ili tuende pamoja.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Gatundu wanasema nini? Wanaomba msamaha kwa kutomsikiliza Uhuru Kenyatta na kufuatana na wasiojua. Sasa wanaomba msamaha alafu wanamsherekea kwa sababu yeye matunda ya kazi yake inaonekana, ili hali mahala walipo ni pabaya. Sema wakati wa Uhuru watoto walienda shule, kazi zilikuwa, pesa zilikuwa, saa hii kumekauka. Sasa sijui unaonaje mambo haya, na kukaribisha tafadhali tuendelee kumakinika kwa mambo haya yote. Alex Media anauliza, what did they do when Gachagua was stealing kondoo? za Uhuru. Now, that is something very serious also to consider in the Mount Kenya politics. Why did they do nothing when the Gashagwa, Ichungwa, and team were kind of frustrating Uhuru Kenyatta, going to steal his animals, frustrate the mother? The community, okay, seemed to be silent, especially from Gatundu. We want to talk about the home turf, okay? And beside that, in the run-up to the elections, the place where Uhuru Kenyatta was insulted most and castigated, his family accused of everything, was Moses Kuria hosting a party in Gatundu, okay, wherever a political rally, where everything was hurled and thrown on Uhuru Kenyatta. What has happened to these people now that they are making a 180 turn and now they are celebrating the same person yule walimwambia amalize aende? Nini kimefanyika? Hilo ni swala ningependa tuambie kwa kina katika mjadala wa leo, na kukaribisha mahala pote ulipo. Tafadhali usiende mbali, na kuomba tu ukuwe mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu, kulike video na of course kuchangia. Hakikisha kwamba you are on the forefront of doing what we must do to stay afloat as a country, and we must get rid of bad leadership. There's a question that somebody asked before we bring in Alex, asked this morning, and I found it very, very not just heartbreaking. It was, a touching question. Okay, looking at the situation of the leaders we have today, and the kind of crimes that they are committing against the Kenyan people, and they are leaders. So he asked a question and said, if these people are the ones we are calling leaders, okay, then what word would we use for criminals? Think about that. You'll give me the answer in due time. Alex, how are you?
Bernard, I'm fine. Labda yako.
Niko poa, vipi? Karibu.
Yeah, niko salama, nashukuru. We are almost, but almost doesn't count. We are almost into the weekend. We have to deal for the next 28 hours.
Sorry, your audio is still low. I don't know what's happening with you.
I think Bernard, kuna watu wanakufuata huku nyuma mpaka sauti zetu asisikizi, kwa sababu I'm using the same gadget and I'm putting my gadget in the same spot that I've been putting it. Unanisikia sasa?
Hapo ni bora. Hapo ni sawa.
So swali lako ni kuwa what has changed. I don't know if maybe I'm too critical. Once I don't like something, maybe it's very hard for me to go back and re-like it. But from the two guys that spoke, huyo musician ameongea vizuri, but akamalizia mahali ananikasirisha. So kwa hivyo tunataka Uhuru arudi, wakutane na Deputy President, sisi Wakikuyu tukue kitu kimoja. I mean, that's so disgusting. There is nothing that has changed from these people. Their talking point is out of frustration and from a very myopic disclaimer, in that I don't want to brand them in a wrong way, because the words that are almost coming out of my mind, they might be not good. But how selfish can you get after being selfish to the point you are not able to see clearly And now you come out of, you're thinking you're coming out of that selfishness, but you want to put a country to be Kikuyu versus other people. That was a president of the Republic of Kenya. And he was speaking on behalf of Kenyans. He never spoke on behalf of Kikuyus. The only time he spoke on behalf of Kikuyus is when he saw that they are going to make a bad decision. And that decision he knew through the intelligence has already been made. He warned them and he told them what is going to do what is going to come out of that decision. Ndio maana hata wakati tunaanza sound candid anaambia dawa ya hii Kenya, dawa ya kuokoka ni baba. And if you have not learned Uhuru, I think, was born at the right time. Then I wish we could get children when we are in our 70s, because our children come out right speaking proverbially. So when Uhuru speaks, there are people who will never understand him. He speaks on a proverbial way that if you never had a grandfather Bernard near you for like 90 days straight, you will never understand Uhuru. You will not. But I have that privilege of always being next to my grandfather whenever I could, and I came to understand if your grandfather wants to tell you, I'm going to send you, he doesn't start from there. He will relate to a place that he likes, and he will tell you how that place is good. And maybe after 1 month, he'll ask you, do you want to go there and do something for me? I mean, that is how they communicate. They know how to approach things in a very patient way, in a very slow way. So Uhuru mother, yeah, was young, but his father and Uhuru, all the pictures you see Kenyatta with in the State House was always close to Uhuru more than any other child. For some reason, I don't know. But that was his decision. Now, the two ladies also come out in a very selfish way. Tunaomba utusamee, tulienda na wave. I mean, after there, I don't want even to listen. This is a person that has been your president for 10 years. Transform, you know, sasa ndio anakuja kutuambia wakati tulikuwa nasema, look, this president has done things in his home. Sasa ndio wanataka kutuambia aliweka shule, atujui vile tunapeleka watoto shule, alitujengea hospitali. We've never had such kind of thing. And I always say here, and people rebut me like, hiyo maendeleo iko wapi? I always say, maendeleo inaendelea kwa mabei ambayo hatujawahi ona. Sisi hatujawahi ona. Maendeleo inaendelea Kisumu, hatujawahi ona. Watu wanaanza kutuliza, wapi hiyo maendeleo? Tunaiona. So when Kabogo was the first governor of Kiambu, Bernard, do you know how many new hospitals were built from bootstrap by Kabogo? On the record, 5. How many stadiums? Many. Then Waititu came and ate everything. Then they had to get what? Nyoro to start doing what? Doing the right thing. The president did what he could do as also a nationalist, but also even if you're a president, and nisikasirisha ndugu zangu Waislamu, but there is a saying or a Marxism say, you have to cut the pork and take home. Uhuru alikata pork kidogo akapeleka nyumbani, ambayo the privilege will never be there again. Moses Kuria atawapea hiyo pork. Bernard, who will give them the pork that they add? So Bernard, there is nothing has changed in these people. They just want Uhuru to work with Gachagua and Gachagua to work with Ruto for them to have a favor. That's what I'm seeing. Because their language is disgusting. Hata Mama Mary akikuja hapa atakwambia ukweli kwa hao watu ni together. the two people that umetuuliza kama wamechange nini, Togethers will never change. They are what they are. Let watu wako reasonable, maybe at least tunaweza ona. Look at Kabogo. Kitambo Kabogo akiongea, we will be glued. Kama ni Spice FM, kama ni Jeff Koinange show. Squeezy, the guy ametoka mainstream media. He came only yesterday to Spice FM. But Squeezy ameenda wapi? Kikuyu media peke yake. Why? Because he lost the national clout that he had. And many more are going to do so because they are looking at Uhuru as a tribal leader. Beyond that, they don't care. But Uhuru somehow, in his second term, became a statesman. In fact, Uhuru akienda asimame anywhere, kuuliza kura, anaweza pata na Gatundu anaweza mnyima penalty. That's a fact. Anaweza enda Kondele akwe MCA. But we are not sure kama watu wa Gatundu watampea hiyo kura. That's how he left his legacy. So for me, I think it's vice versa. Why are they not changing? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Alex. Interesting outlook there, and and that seems to be the bottom line of our main problem in raising leaders in this country. Leaders, especially from Mount Kenya, have lost taste for nationalism. And they have this aspect of always dancing around the mountain and believe that if I've gotten the mountain, I've gotten Kenya. Is that a deception, or it is wherever a tradition that they're trying to preserve? Because in the history, in the whatever history of politics in this country, everybody endeavored to play on the national platform, especially, and playing on the national platform meant making an appeal to all parts of the country. It was not just my backyard. This business of mountain plus Rift Valley is enough has just come in lately, but the past politics did not have this issue of I get my backyard and that is enough. When we look at people like Masinde Mliro, people like Wamalwa Kijana, those old timers, they had a sense of nationalism. But today you will see, even when we discuss Nairobi politics, we go tribal, say get the Luyas and combine them with the Luos, add some Kisis there. You are already inside as a governor. You don't need this and this and that. What happened to nationalism in this country? And this celebrating of Uhuru Kenyatta in Gatundu, or okay, we are not, we will not limit to that because the Jubilee political party threw a party for him, and it was televised, of course, with our media, and so we are not limiting that. Our concentration about Gatundu party is that it was arranged by the people, celebrated by the people for Uhuru Kenyatta, and that becomes significant. Is it that the mountain has no other hope of galvanizing the whole country? They can only dance and operate safely within their own environment. Alex, before we bring in Guru, Guru is here to defend his,
You know, my grandfather told me a few things, and I think they made sense. And one of the things he told me was the Luos and Kikuyus have taken leadership seriously from independence. There is a way the colonists wanted to put Luos against Kikuyus to be a forever ethnicity problem. Not only in terms of leadership, in terms of economy, in terms of education, so on and so forth. But somehow, Jaramogi realized it and did not bend towards that. And that is why he saw for this Kenya to continue to be united, we cannot go the British way. Okay? And that is what actually, the British are the people who should be condemned in the Israeli-Palestine war that has continued ever since the inception of the Jewish state, who are practically Zionists. They were not even Jewish people. So, but Jaramogi overlooked and decided a seat is not important. It's the role that you play that is important. He knew his role in our independence. So, but somehow, Guru will tell us the truth, because that is our view from our people from Western. Our father of the nation betrayed the agreement, the first agreement the nation had. And things have never been the same. So what I see is, unless we go back to what Uhuru sat down with Baba and they accepted there was a problem. They accepted we cannot resolve the problem from here. We have to go back. And that is why even Ruto understands. He wants to creep in BBI using a different name. He also knows this problem will never be solved unless we go back and do things right. Kenyans were ready to do that. MCS were ready to do that. Senators were ready to do that. It's only the corrupt courts that did not want this to happen. So I don't want to say much. I don't want to raise blood pressure ya Guru, na kuku already zimeraised blood pressure yake. Nitawacha ongea kwanza.
Alex, well, all the time. Thank you so much, Alex, for that. As we continue with the conversation, please let's keep inviting each other. Remind somebody that we are not streaming on our usual channel, Sound Candid Talk. We are on Sound Candid Talk TV because Sound Candid Talk has issues. That is on YouTube, but the other handles are okay. So follow from wherever you are. But we want you to do for us 3 things. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed, like the video, and vote. And tonight's poll is reading. Here we go. Will Ruto succeed in containing Raila by buying Azimio leaders? Will Ruto succeed in containing Raila by buying Azimio leaders? 4 votes so far, and all of them are saying no. So 100% is saying Ruto cannot succeed to contain Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders. So the exodus that is being witnessed, people crossing the floor, may not in any way affect Raila Odinga according to the vote so far. So please, if you have not voted, the voting is on YouTube. Okay, the link is on the comment section. Click on the link. It will take you to the video. When you get to the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, do your voting, and then follow the program from wherever you enjoy following. God bless you. Thank you so much. Tumulete Mzee Guru atusaidie kwa masuala haya. Mr. Guru, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How is Alex?
Alex seems to be doing good.
Nimesikia ukitusengenya wewe.
Hiyo ni kawaida. A big brother lazima asengenywe na brothers wadogo.
Okay. let me first correct you. There are things I heard you say, and I don't think I agree with them. Number one, those women you saw and the expressions you saw there are genuine. And, you know, there is one thing I have always emphasized here. This community, and maybe you may know this, Alex, I don't know why you don't know. We are very close to the Kisi in how impatient we become when somebody does not translate to your efforts into some money in the pocket. There is no love in these people. Don't be cheated by anybody. Kuna mapenzi hapa. It is what you deliver that matters. So those people you have seen expressing themselves there, they are very genuine. It's only that they feel trapped, even in their expression of what has gone wrong. They know that changing that circumstance right now may be a Herculean task. So they are blowing hot and cold. While they don't want to completely cut off the tie, because this is their baby. They are the ones who nurtured this baby that they are now taking care of. At the same time, they are aware that things are not good for them. So you can imagine that situation. It's not a good one. However, they have just to persist. But inwardly, if anything were to happen today and elections were held, you would see the genuineness in them, because this time they would vote differently. I think why I'm saying that more is because women are very, very genuine people. In fact, women, if you want to win elections, especially in Central, you just have to put women on your side. They'll tell you the truth. They'll tell you they'll vote for you or they'll not vote for you. They are not like men who will cheat you during the day and at night they are planning something different. So I hope that has gotten home, that those women you saw there are genuinely expressing their frustrations, and it's only that they may not have a way out right now, but that is the situation as it is. And by the way, they are a representation of the deep frustrations that is filtering through the community across the mountain. I told Bernard the other day, I do not see any of our current MPs or even the top leadership today holding a political rally in an open space and talking those rhetorics that they used to, because they run the risk of getting hostile crowds and hostile responses. They tried that, some have tried that, and they have either been met by dead silence or indifference, and that tells you a lot. So, hata mtoto mpotofu, you don't add the final nail. Alex, you just have to give your cousin some space to cry. That's what is happening. It's just that what you have seen is what it is. So I think it's good to be a bit magnanimous in some of these things. You can imagine when those women tell you that they cannot feed their families well and they cannot take their children to school. That is what it is. That life has become more difficult. That they made a mistake. That is what it is. So usiwe mkali sana kwa hawa, usifanye wakachukua kitansi. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. Alex,
so unajua Guru, and you're very right, and I agree with you 100%. But when you look at the helplessness and the hopelessness that we are going to every day, you know, it's like we are chasing a mirage, and everything has become emergency for the country. Has become emergency because Kenyans are not where they are compared to last year, just before August. And the explanations now from the younger brothers has become redundant to a point. We need to see you coming ahead so that we can all follow. And I will agree with you. But Kenyans do not see you as cousins. Kenyans see you as the eldest brother. So if you are seeing yourself as a cousin, we are telling you, take your position. And it has been said several times. If you lead that maandamano in Nairobi, everything is done. Okay? So instead of doing that why couldn't we do it in Nairobi? So, I mean, there are many questions politically because the face of politics have been left to Raila Amolo Odinga. When that man keeps quiet for 3 days, even Gazeti and media do not have nothing to say. Hata UDA wanaanza kuogopa kuwa, hey, wacha tuone kama guns zimetoka South Sudan. Unaelewa? So we want somebody to co-chair the man so that we can have a path. We are stuck somewhere. And I can tell you, we are stuck because of our elder brother. And there is no way we will become cousins. Take that to the bank. We are looking at you. That's why Sabina getting out was a huge reprieve to us. Now we are looking into Kioni taking that seat. ASAP. Why? Because we have been looking, we have been poaching. Who can come and speak the voice of these people? Because, I mean, we were being shortchanged. So the only person we are looking there as of now is Kanini Kega. And not Kanini Kega, is Kioni. So that alone is bringing us together. And I'm talking in terms of strategy, my friend. And there are some things you may think do not affect the whole of Kenya. But those statements leave us in a limbo. So we want a little bit of jump starting. Hatutaki kununuliwa betri mpya. Bring the cables za Wakisii, weka huko kwa betri ya Wajaluo and jump start gari ya Mkikuyu. That is it we need. If you know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Excellent. Before you respond, Mr. Guru, let me just emphasize something, then you can come in. That big brother responsibility seems to be evasive. And I think what stands in the way of the big brother responsibility is community interest. Okay? So, like when you talk about as long as we can put money in our pockets, Is it for the mountain or is it for every Kenyan? Now, if you are big brother and you're playing your role in the normal system of leadership, is that leaders eat last. If their duty to see to it that every other person has eaten, then they are okay. Then now they can settle down and eat. Isn't that what we are missing in this country? That everybody is jostling for a national office, but that national office ends up to be either his backyard or his family, other than cultivating the entire country, making every Kenyan productive and satisfied. Then from their satisfaction and prosperity, we can all enjoy. Why is it that it's difficult for leaders to conceive this, that only through the prosperity of every Kenyan shall Kenya prosper, other than the prosperity of my backyard, the safety of my community, the safeguarding of the business of my community? Are you not seeing that that is making us make one step forward and three steps backward? Mr. Guru, you can take it now.
Yes, I think I am repeating this again. If you look at the history of the Kikuyu and you look at the political processes that have happened in this country, take the case of a multipartism. It had always been the work of the likes of George Anyona, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Raila, and so on and so forth. But it reached a point where the Kikuyu could not even be able to take their children to school. So when they came up now and joined the Anyonas of this world and the Railas and the Jaramogi, the community got into that movement of multipartism, wanting to change the systems of government. What am I saying here? Bernard, we are slowly sliding to that level again. I don't know whether you have seen what happened today in Bama market. Those are clear signs of where we are headed. The community called Mount Kenya will most times align themselves with the rest when their pockets are dried and they find they have nothing to lose. It is a bitter thing to say, but that is the way it is. As long as they are making some money in the pocket, they see any other action as disruptive to their activities. But once the economy reaches a point where you cannot take your children to school, where you cannot be able to buy medicine and other human activities that one should take care of, that time it becomes easier for them to align their interests with the interest of the other Kenyans. Unfortunately, that's what it is. Alex, I can see is going. I don't know whether he's not right to what I've said, but it's okay. Because you see, we have to talk to each other the truth. And that is the truth. The truth is that the Mount Kenya region, if things don't change, and I said this here even yesterday, by next year, mid next year, if things degenerate the manner in which they are, you will be very surprised that you will not need to prod them further, because they will have nothing to lose. Even the businesses they say are being disrupted will not be there. So that is the only missing link. And I think Reverend Rala said here that this is a missing link in where the country should move next. That the Mount Kenya communities are yet to embrace the move towards the next step in the development of the politics in Kenya, where we are fighting for transparency, fairness, and clarity of systems. And if things don't change, and if things go the way they are going, I see us going to that point of 1990s. You have heard even some youths cry out to Raila, they are Kikuyus, that is kept quiet. And you think there's a joke? It is no joke. Unfortunately, right now, we do not seem to have a leadership of the stature of Kenneth Matiba and Rubia. Unfortunately, most of our leadership today is more opportunistic and very selfish at personal level. But this is now going towards the very end, because even their own sustainability as leaders going forward is becoming highly compromised, because people are even asking, what was the use of these people? The other day they met in Vika, they were complaining that the general population has started calling them tugeges. So you can see they are also becoming conscious that, especially for the young politician, that if they do not align themselves with the interests of the community, they could end up ending their political careers very early. So, Alex, don't be in a hurry. The things are coming slowly to that level. And you just need to be patient with the nyumba ya Mobi. Thank you.
Brother Njiru, and I like your honesty. You know, there are things because of your demeanor that we let you pass by. Ikiwa ni mtu mwingine angezisema, I think the panel will be on fire. I'm being honest with you. And one of the things is the issue of Mount Kenya having money in their pockets. And it needs to be a major topic that we can discuss, because you've reiterated on it on many occasions, and it's true that in this movement there are people who are with us because their businesses are being affected. They are not with us for a true solving of what ails the roots of the issue that Kenya has been going through. But let me tell you the effect in a certain way that your people, probably the older generation of Kikuyu went to the whole country. They were farming everywhere. They were also in a, acha nitoe camera then you can hear me more. Walikuwa wanafanya biashara. I even thought at some point kuuza njugu tu ni biashara ya Wakikuyu peke yake, because they thrived in that for many years. But do you know that the intra and intergenerational changes have changed so many things? And one of the things that many people did not realize in the last election is the people who were born, the born-free generation, who did not see how Moi ruled the country for 24 years, how the media was controlled, how tribal hegemony was just as normal as anything, how the past constitution empowered the president so much. They were free to vote from what they have seen since they were born. Okay? And that affects both your community and every community in Kenya. And I want to give you sad news. And that is why people like Asembo Pacho, I like them giving their honest remarks. They do say this: if this is what the Kikuyus want, why don't we get the same? Why don't we stop fighting over for other people and fight for our pork? Now we have seen scholarships before. If you went to Jogo House, you know, there are thousands of scholarships being given in a year. Norway, Sweden, mostly Scandinavian countries, Arab countries, and Canada, Australia. Now they are being distributed. There's some years here ago, if you go to Iowa, it was only Kalenjins who are getting scholarships to Iowa. And Iowa was bringing so many people in terms of absorbing the 844 system of Kenya. So if you're not careful, that if the Kikuyu continue to hold that mantra, now it is going to change to everybody. And it will hit you so hard because, let's say, like Mutai Nguni said a couple of years ago, Ruto will go either with a Kikuyu or with a Luo candidate to support him. And eventually it was a Kikuyu. Let's say things change. The next day you start realizing, and which they are doing right now, and I will come back to that. He comes to a point, he starts dealing with Winnie Odinga and eventually chooses Winnie Odinga. Do you think the community will shift too because they are fighting a war for the whole country, that the whole country is not ready to fight for it? Now, public participation on the record came here and kept saying that there is no way Mwangaza will be impeached. And I told her, it's not about your feelings. It's about the plan of Ruto. Ruto knows that the most central Mount Kenya region might revolt a little bit and is not sure about them. So he might want to be more closer with the Mount East and work his way while he gets support also, because that's the tribal political mortgaging that has been happening in Kenya. I've seen the closeness of Wanga, Orengo. It really disturbs me. Of all people, it's Orengo. Orengo always calls this man His Excellency, the President. Not just the President, His Excellency. So you can see the loyalty. You know, not even Jalango calls him that way. So do you think also there are going to be a shift of mindset if the Kikuyus hold that mantra that as long as their pocket and their businesses are taken care of, other things are disruptions? If we change also our mantra and start looking, and that is what Simbarati was basically saying last time and agitating and saying, look, I'm a governor. I'll be judged not how much I like Raila or how much I like ODM. I'll be judged what I have done. If other governors start, concentrating on the economic and they diss their parties, what is the eventuality? Because it's coming from also a big brother. Is it wrong to follow the suit? You have seen the Mombasa governor almost doing the same. Almost doing the same. So if we all did that, don't you see that the person that will suffer most will be the Mount Kenya region again? And after that, we'll come to Mwangaza and his impeachment and what you think about it. Thank you.
Alex, you raise very pertinent issues, and I have been raising them here as well. But you know, it is always good to talk the truth. The truth is that as long as the people of Mount Kenya are making money and they can survive, any other issue to call them into action is very difficult. Or that some people have been killed here, the government is being unfair, and those kind of things. I do not see them taking part in that. And it's not just against other vis-a-vis other communities, but even within the community itself. Ruto seemed to have mastered the mind of the Kikuyu very well. And if you look at his approach, he did well, because first of all, he knew that he needed to carry money. And on top of that, he also knows that most Kikuyu subscribe to religion. And here I'm not talking about spirituality. I'm talking about religion. And I don't know whether Bernard can confirm this. It so happens that most of the pastors who have churches in Kenya, whether small or big, come from our community. So it was a good way of penetrating into the community by looking around and seeing which small churches he can get into, and the big ones with bags of money. It is just similar to what the colonialists did. You come with a Bible on one side, only this time he came with money on the other. On the other hand, instead of a gun like the one that the colonialists carried. So this is the psychology of the people of the mountain. Right now, what is making them restless is that Ruto seems to be changing his approach of politics. More so, this issue of having to forgive 117 billion in the sugar industry, while the coffee sector just needed some 6 billion. The question there is, how is it that 117 billion is available and 6 billion is not available? So this is a complex matter, Alex. And though I know also that once most cannot be able to survive in business, like now it seems we are heading there. Already you can see pockets of resistance here and there. And these are the ones that finally form the bulk of rebellion or resistance. If it aligns itself with the general frustration of other Kenyans, regardless of what their pursuits are, then that time you can say you are having a national movement. So the situation is that at the moment, I think matters are grinding slowly to that level. But if they were to turn for the better, that thing would just come to an end. They will retreat back to their comfort and earn the shilling and put in the pocket. It doesn't matter whether the others are complaining of other issues. The issue of elections have been stolen or not stolen is neither here nor there. And in fact, you remember when Moi would win in 1992 and 1997, the community will just recoil itself and go back to their activities without much, reaction. It only got to a point of active resistance when the economy became completely unbearable. So that is the situation, and that's the way we should see it. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Mr. Guru, for the response. I will pick you on maybe two issues. If I carry out statistics of the demolitions that took place in Mavoko, the majority of the losers are Mount Kenya. That does not raise any uproar anywhere because they are still making a shilling even if their houses are demolished. On the other hand, hold on. On the other hand, this attitude of we don't care about the rest of the country, is it a condition that these people have been programmed to believe, or they really believe that they can survive on their own without the rest of Kenya? Because if you're in business, the most important person on your business is the buyer. It's not the seller, it's the buyer. If the rest of the Kenyan community say they will not buy from the Kikuyu shop, Kikuyus are able to buy from each other and succeed to sustain their economy.
Yes, Bernard. In fact, you've touched on something that is most crucial here. That is the greatest contradiction about the Kikuyu. They are everywhere. They would work well to foster a partnership, a friendship, an empathetic environment with others because they are actually their customers. But this does not seem to be what is cultivated, but sometimes you may not blame them very much. You know, people also behave according to the leadership that they have. And that is the greatest contradiction that we have in this country, that while the customers you are talking about are spread out in other communities, this community of ours does not seem to want or to reach out and nurture that we are partners in this. You are my customers, and therefore, you know, we are in this together as partners. And it's a contradiction that has caused pain in some instances. However, let me emphasize that the Kikuyu also have this live and let live. If I'm set up next to Alex, we can easily agree and become friends, and especially if we are enhancing each other's business. So, but to expect the Kuyu to leave their business and go to fight for better electoral processes and those kind of things, you will be asking for too much. They will not do that. They will not do that. So, but another thing is very funny is that such self-expressive actions like the ones that are sanctioned by the constitution, like demonstrations, when they are done by communities like the Luo, the leadership in Kikuyu makes them look like these people are just idlers and time wasters and people who have no direction. But internally, when they have a problem, they will do their mini demonstrations over a specific issue and march to the DO's office. But on the wider scale of the national at the national platform, they will be made to believe that that is not the right thing to do, and it's actually disruptive. It should not happen. So you can see it's a rather a very obscure understanding of issues. However, I must also quickly add that the kind of leadership we have is mostly very selfish, because right now you will find that even those issues that the community would want to be pushed in government, you find most of our leaders sometimes can keep off. Right now, it's like the community has nothing to say about the bipartisan talks that were going on, and you could not see any serious representation. So I think there is a problem. There is a problem, and that's why you can see the rights of even Maina coming strongly, because the people, I think, they feel there is a vacuum. There is something that is not adding up in terms of really getting the representation that they want. So that is the situation, and that's the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru, for that explanation. We'll revisit that shortly, probably after public participation. Just some housekeeping. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the show from wherever you are. Please, if you're not yet a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk TV, please subscribe. We're having issues with Sound Candid Talk usual channel on YouTube. That's why we are broadcasting on Sound Candid Talk TV. So if you haven't adjusted, please adjust and adjust by subscribing. On the other hand, there is a poll also running on the same Sound Candid Talk TV YouTube channel, and we are asking tonight, will William Ruto succeed in containing Raila by buying Azimio leaders? Will William Ruto succeed in containing Raila by buying Azimio leaders? So far, 16 people have cast their vote, and 6% say yes, and 94% say no. It is not possible for William Ruto to contain Raila Odinga even by buying Azimio leaders. Before we bring in public participation, I wanted to weigh on the aspect of the politics of the survival of my community. Okay? The politics of the survival of my community. Are they not the main stumbling block to the realization of our nationalhood in terms of looking at Kenya as Kenya? That we cannot translate from our tribal safety, okay, and have Kenya safety. And that makes a platform whereby suspicion, distrust, and all manner of putting roadblocks for everyone becomes a way of operation. That if Akisi is president, the bodyguard should be Akisi, the Minister for Interior should be Akisi, the head of armed forces should be Akisi, the police should be full of Kisis, so that he can feel secure as president, or else the president will be taken away from him without him knowing. Why is it that Kenyans cannot be secure in being Kenyans? They must be secure in being protected by their community. Is it a political arrangement or it is a cultural problem? Something that we can't run away from. We must look at it keenly and be able to bring out the required verdict. So before we dive into that, remember, we are looking at Gatundu celebrates Uhuru Kenyatta's 62nd birthday. Ruto remains unmoved amidst outcry of high cost of living. Why is that the case? What is it that William Ruto has that he thinks he can push Kenyans to any limit and he will still be secure as president? Because the impunity by which he's treating the situation on the high cost of living is not normal, in my opinion. Every other president from Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, every time when the situation was tough, they would be affected by the outcry of the people and they would change things. But William Ruto is different. He is immovable. He is unconcerned. He's going on with his own thing as if nothing is happening. Why is that the case? Let's weigh on the same, even as we continue the conversation. Mr. Guru, you will respond to that later. Let's hear public participation. Public participation, you are mentioned about the Meru governor issue. You can weigh in as we continue. Carry on.
Thank you, Pastor Bernard. Let me just say hi to Alex and Guru and our fellow patriots who are in the comment section. Tuni, Blue Muonambali, and Oloisa Lekipa David, Ruth John, Tuni Mohammed, Faiza Fadila, Assalamu alaikum, Boss Lady, and John Mwangi, Dadson and Dembesa, and Willy Mwadilo, who is our regular person, and Felix Njao. So let me weigh in on this issue. Let me start off with this issue of the Meru governor. Okay, a lot of people seem to be putting this thing as an agenda thing, whereby they are saying that Meru men cannot be ruled by a woman. So, but my wonder is, who voted for this woman? Because as far as I'm aware, in fact, when it comes to voting, men vote in larger numbers than women. So there is no way she could have gone through because of a woman's vote. No. Highly likely, or even completely likely, is that majority of the people voted for her are men. And it brings a question to mind, because how things have been going on in this country, you wonder how voters can go and vote in a leader. Alex, I think Alex, mute. Yeah. So you really ask yourself that Kenyans can go to ballot and they choose a person of their choice. Then MCAs come here and they keep on doing what? Impeaching the person, giving the person hard time. She moved from being impeached by the MCAs. Now she has to go back to Senate. I think this thing, we need to put the parameters of these impeachment issues, because now it's even disrupting. In fact, I don't even know how she's even able to do any work in that kind of a hostile environment. But MCAs, we know how problematic MCAs are. We saw them the other time when they had come to remove Elachi from the office. They first went, Nairobi MCAs, they first went and sat in a bar somewhere and drank a lot of alcohol. Then now they came to cause chaos in her office to remove her from the office. So these MCAs, in fact, if there is somebody who needs taming among these elected representatives, it's MCAs. They are out of control and they're out of order. If you do not agree with them, and all what they usually want is for you to give them, like the time for Elachi, they wanted to be given trips to go abroad and those kinds of things. So if you don't cooperate with them, wapatie chenye wanataka, then they are going to give you hard time. And they are some of the most irresponsible leaders that we are having, and the people who really misuse the public funds, going abroad to go and do benchmarking and those kinds of things. So let's wait and see what will happen. But I think this issue of impeachment and MCAs, we need to reconsider. We need to reconsider because now they are becoming rogue. And not that they are becoming rogue now, they have been rogue. If you don't cooperate with them and give them what they want, they start harassing you. The same way what they are doing with this lady. So that is that. Now I had Martha Karua and Kioni and the other Mount Kenya. In fact, I think it's Kikuyu because sikuona our other coalition members who are not Kikuyus there. This issue of Kamwene, I think Kenyans really, one of the problems that has been ailing us after corruption is this issue of tribalism. Yeah, that we have to go into our tribal enclaves and we just rally together. But when you look at things on the ground, we are not. Yes, we are going through the same thing. Are we not going through the same problems as Kenyans? These problems, okay, we can talk about interests which could be different, like coffee, tea, and the others, yes. But if we just look at it on a general level, you can see that Kenyan suffering, the way a Luo person is suffering, Kenyan is suffering, is the way a Kikuyu is suffering. We have the same problems. So this issue of now, let's go back to our tribal cocoons and organize ourselves, I don't think that is the way. I don't think that's the way. And this issue of tribalism in Kenya, it has gotten to be too much. It's just too much. That I remember there's one time I went to, I think it was Ministry of Health, and I think it was maybe it was that time for the Nusumkate. So there was I remember Nyang Nyong was, I think he was in public health, and then Beth Mugo was in, I don't know which other, but under health also. So the wing which was being occupied by Anyang Nyong is having nothing but Luos. From the AP, who is not, the GSU or whatever, who is manning the lift, to the messenger, to the secretary, to anybody who is there on that side, it is nothing but pure Luos. When you go to the other wing now, where Nani is Beth Mugo, from personal assistant to secretary to messenger, mtu akiingia kwa ministry, they go and round up. They don't get new people. They usually just look for people who are in that ministry, who are working in that ministry, and they are reassigned to that person. So you go and reassign people from your tribe wakuja sasa wafanya kazi na wewe. Kenyans, how can we deal with that kind of a thing? Because this tribalism thing is one of the core issues that is disturbing Kenyans, and we'll never get anywhere until we overcome this issue of tribalism, because this issue of tribalism was the issue, why it was the real cause of why Wazungu were able to do whatever they did to us. The same thing of using this tribal thing to divide and rule. So Kenyans, and I've always been saying, Azimio is a national party. It has the face of everybody. Mount Kenyans are there. Coastarians, everybody is there. So I don't see why Karua and Akina Kioni need to just bring stories of Kamwene. Kamwene is not going to help us right now. Right now, our Kikuyu Nani Guru is talking about that Kikuyus cannot go on the street, cannot do this, cannot. Let me tell you, if there's somebody who is suffering in this country right now, it is a Kikuyu. A lot of suffering. Mm? And now, Sakaja said they need to move out of the CBD because they are obstructing. And those people, they had come in large numbers. I can tell you, they were all over. In fact, vitu zilikuwa zinaletwa na mkokoteni, like the number of hawkers which are in the CBD wana support, kusema tu kweli, in terms of the economics, they are supporting people who are driving mkokoteni. They are supporting people who are driving trolley, kwa sababu hao wote wanapata hiyo business. But you see now it has become chaotic kwa sababu it's not organized. Sasa unakuta hata mtu anakuja na wheelbarrow imewekwa makaa ndani, ati ni ya kuchoma mahindi in the middle of the CBD. You are laughing, Guru. That's what is happening. Take a walk one day after 4 or after 5, let's say after 5 hapo around 6, you'll be shocked. Unashindwa, is this a city? Mwingine ako hapa na mahindi boilo, mama mahindi amekaa hapo kwa kiti yake, ameweka nini yake hapo, mahindi yake green maize. Pita kidogo utakuta mwingine anachoma mahindi hapa, na wanaletanga hizo vitu na wheelbarrows. Wengine wanaleta mkokoteni, then they are even going inside the road itself now. Barabara yenyewe wachana sasa na wameachana pavement juu wamekuwa wengi. And I understand some of these characters, they are not even residents of Nairobi, wanatoka as far as Kinangop. And this is the kind of anarchy which happens when there is no, because you are not doing any. Sakaja, there is nothing, there's no work he's doing in Nairobi. CBD is one of the, it's so dirty, it's filthy, and it's just so disorganized. Mpaka unashindwa uko kwa shamba or are you in the middle of a capital city? It is terrible. I'm telling you, it is very terrible. If you are in town at 6 o'clock, please tembea tu from Moi Avenue, uende Tomboya, uende Ronald, you'll wonder, are you in which world is this you are in? A lot of confusion, and to the extent that sasa hata wameingia kwa barabara, magari hata hazina space ya kutembea. And Sakaja knew very well what he was doing, kwa sababu alikuwa anataka populist nini, so that aonyesha watu wako tuko pamoja. The same thing when aliambia watu wa Smoky washikwe, vitu zao zishikwe, maya yao ikaanguka na huko, then he's coming back again to give them, each one of them 10K. These people, there's no work they do. So all what they know is kuplay hizo tricks. Can I bring hawkers ndio wafurahi? Aya, nimewaleta, nimeenda kwa radio, nimewatetea. Aya, watu wangu nimewatuma waende watoa hao watu wa Smoky, mayai yao imeanguka, Smoky imeanguka, wacha niende niwapatie sasa 10K. Ati it was, I'm very sorry with this. Why did that happen? Because there's nothing they are doing. The same thing with Zakayo. There's no work the guy does. There's nothing tangible he can come here and tell us that this is what I've done for the 1 year that I've been in that. Nothing. So all what it is, because in the 10 years before he came into that seat, all what he was doing is just going around the country campaigning. So nani ajui kazi ingine Zakayo, na together with Sakaja, they don't know any other work. What they know is matembezi, kukua juu ya gari, and now that he has become the president, or he has stolen the president, now it is going around the whole world. The way he used to go around all over Kenya, now it has gone to the whole world, moving from here and there, borrowing. Akitoka Saudi Arabia anaenda kwa sijui nani mu China, anaenda wapi, tupatie pesa. Meanwhile, Kenyans are here, they cannot even breathe because of the inflation levels. All what I can tell Kenyans is that, my friends, we are in for a very rough ride. Very rough. Because unajua, when you're in a place where there's no order, there's no, rule of law, somebody just wakes up in the morning and they're like, okay, now hawkers waingie tu kwa street. Town is so chaotic, by the way, because even matatu zenyewe stages zote zimeingishwa kwa CBD. Not bus station, not designated areas, kwa streets tu za CBD. And you can see a policeman Yani matatu zimeblock barabara na policeman anakuambia usikuja na hii njia, enda na huko. Instead of telling them wasonge kando, they stop obstructing the road, he is now instructing you go the long route so that usiingie hapo. You know, and as usual we know watu wa boda they are riding in the opposite side na polisi yako tu hapo na hakuna kitu anaweza mwambia. That's the kind of a disorganized and chaotic environment or a country that we are having right now, particularly in CBD Nairobi. The kind of it is I mean, I've never seen anything like this, by the way. It's like we are becoming a jungle like Somalia, where everybody just does what they want. So I am against that issue of Kamwene kabisa, because Kamwene, if you have not even been able to resolve the issues we brought to the table, so how will Kamwene come in to help us? Let's first sort out the main issues which are affecting all Kenyans. Then we can now come back to tribal cocoons and start talking about Kamwene interests. As for Sabina Chega, me, I've been telling you here that Zakayo, what he has in mind for Kikuyus is to completely destroy them economically, financially, politically. So when he sees there's a Kikuyu leader who has potential, anamleta tu karibu, anamvuruta, anamtupia mtama venye unatupianga huku mtama mpaka anakuja unamshika sasa unamnyonga. That's what he has been doing, and that's what he's going to do for all this mpaka waishe wote. Ikuwe sasa Kikuyu hawana leaders. All of them, they have gone into oblivion. It is just the beginning. But I told you, Kitambo, I remember I said that thing. He wants to make sure that anybody in Kikuyu Kikuyu community who has potential to be a good leader or who is having a popularity among the Kikuyu nation, he makes sure he finishes that person. Now here we are. Sabina is the first one. Mutaona itaendelea tu hivyo. Alafu sasa games hizi za UDS na Malala trying to divert Kenyans' mind, because Kenyans are fed up with this government. They are doing everything else other than development. There's not, everything else which you can imagine they are doing. But when it comes to the core of the reason why people voted for them, they cannot do, and they are not doing. So it's just now campaign. Either Zakayo akiwa in the country, he's going around campaigning in Thanksgiving and opening fake project. Kidogo kidogo akiona kumechemka anapanda ndege anaenda. And that is what he's going to see. Alifanya hivyo for 10 years when he was a vice president. That is our life now with him. Sasa even venye tu expand the area of kurandaranda. Ilikuwa inaitwa nini? Hiyo nini yake walikuwa wanaita nini hiyo? Tanga, yeah. So the Tanga has moved out of Kenya, now it's to the world. And that's how it's going to be until 2020. Let's not lie to ourselves. Tuambiane tu ukweli. We voted for a tourist, and now he's doing what he knows how to do best. Kwa sababu hakuna kazi nyingine anawezana nayo, but kutembea hiyo, kukua active kwa matembezi, very good, 100%, excellent. And that's all. What you don't expect economy to be good. You don't expect infrastructure, nothing. That guy cannot do anything. Mimi hata I'm even surprised nikisikia kitu kidogo positive about him, because the kind of a person, kama mtu hakufanya anything akiwa ministry, akiwa vice president, sasa which miracle is this which is going to happen at kwa sababu sasa amekuwa president ataanza kuperform? Hawezi. And hata anashusha hadhi ya Kenya, because Kenya now has become a begging nation. So other countries, even those countries which would have come to our rescue, and would have wanted to aid us, they are like, these people are so desperate, they're all over the place. Na tena unajua sasa ukikuwa ile ombaomba yenye you are not even being selective with who you are going to. Mara umeenda kwa Iran, mara una support Israel, mara umeenda Saudia. So people cannot trust because hawajui unaegemea upande gani. You are all over, you are begging. And with that begging also makes your country look desperate, to the extent that at investor will not be so much interested in coming to a country where the person is always going around begging. And if you cannot maintain your investors who are already on the ground like akina Rai, unajaribu kuharibia biashara yao yenye ilikuwa kama saizi alikuwa na oil business ya cooking oil. They had to close it down because Zakayo is like too high taxes to discourage people from importing. From even I don't know Zakayo, I don't know which plan he has. Kwa sababu hata mafuta yenyewe sasa he has made it impossible. Sasa Rai akifunga section yake ya kuuza ya kutengeneza mafuta, how many Kenyans are losing job? More than 1K. Na here he is talking about nini ati tunatafutia vijana kazi. Ni kazi gani unatafutia vijana and you are busy molesting the local investors? Then which investor is going to come? An investor is a bright person. Haizi tu kuja kwa sababu ulikuja kumuitisha huko kwa country yao. He'll come and do his survey here. With Kenya Federation of Employers, with the other investors, aone how things are. And even this high inflation ya dollar, who want to now come here to start selling their Kenya shillings 150 for $1? Even the ones who are there, they're trying to look for escape route. And you don't care. Wewe uko tu kwa matangatanga. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, public participation. A lot of issues there, and we'll tie them together. Guru, you will respond, but give me a minute. I set the house in order. I want to appreciate everybody who is joining into the discourse. We really salute you. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep sharing the link. Invite as many people as possible. And if you have not yet subscribed to this particular channel, make sure that you subscribe. It's important. It is part of our backup plan. In case we have an issue with the other channel, we'll be broadcasting from here, or we'll be broadcasting from here as a parallel channel. So you lose nothing by subscribing. And when you subscribe, make sure you turn on the notification bell. Subscribing without turning on the notification bell will only make you a subscriber for 48 hours. Thereafter, the YouTube robot will flash you out because they assume you are not a really human being. So please make sure that you adhere to that. It is important. And then the poll is on. We were asking you that will William Ruto succeed in containing Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders? 23 people have cast their vote, and of the 23 people who have cast their vote, 4% say yes, and 96% say no way. If you please, let's make sure that we are participating. Respond to the poll, and of course, like the video. It's important that you do that, and share the link with everybody. On the other hand, I also want to remind us that the month is ending, and therefore we must begin to pay our bills now. So I'll be displaying the details. Those who support us to keep us running this particular show, please, we're reaching out to you to send in your contribution. Is always free will, and everybody does what they can, and together we achieve more when everybody plays their role. So let's embark on the same. If you had forgotten, I am reminding you, and then I'll be sharing the details. Use those details to send in your contribution. Thank you very much. Guru, you have a response? I know Alex has a question. Guru first.
Yes, I have heard several things from public participation, and I do appreciate some of the issues. However, I would also want to have a different view on some of her statements. Number one, it's unfortunate that our politics is what it is. And truth be said, if you do not cultivate a consciousness in a people, you can hardly make any political move in Kenya. To give you an example, when there was organization for fight for multi-party system, Raila himself and others have said that what happened was that to organize the Kikuyu, they used the matatu, the matatu structure to support the movement, because they knew they had to find a way of penetrating the Kikuyu and bring them into the fold of fighting for multi-partism, because they were also feeling oppressed in one way or the other. And then on the other side of the Luos and the people of Western, they use the football structure, the AFC Leopards and the Gor Mahias of this world and their structures. So unfortunately, the organizing factors of our politics, that's the way they are. So do not just be quick to criticize the Kamwene or on service, because it's just could be one of the building blocks to what is coming. And if that block is not built, then there will be a weakness somewhere. So that's what I can say on that issue. That the real politique in Kenya has to be done in the manner in which Mother and Jeremiah Kioni are doing. They are just doing that because they have more experience in the Kenyan politics. They have been there. They know. They know right now that there are many Kikuyus who may not rush to join Azimio or even Jubilee, but they are feeling deeply frustrated, although they voted for UDA. So they would want an organizing structure in which now they can be able to participate in subsequent activities, political activities. So on that one, let me leave it there. Now, Bernard, what I said also is not that the Kikuyus and the people of Central do not go for demonstrations. They do. But the reasons that would make a massive participation in demonstrations more has to do with a depressing economic situation in them. If they feel deprived, not any other ideal. And that's why I'm saying, unless it reaches a point where that now coincides with other interests of others, and then you have a movement. And that's what happened even in the 90s. So slowly I see we are gliding towards that stage, because when you see the youths coalescing again and forming themselves, when you see the youths having a back and forth with the city guns, with the Sakanja boys, and so on and so forth, you start understanding that something is happening, and that something has to be organized. That those sentiments have to be organized around something, so that now they participate in the wider movement that could be coming. So unfortunately, that's the way we do our politics. Right now, I don't know whether you saw that MPs came to oppose the removal of hawkers from the streets. I saw Mount Kenya MPs issuing statements. And I believe once the truthful men runs in this country, Sakaja will have to take cover. I can bet that will bring a problem. It's just even some people are saying he's taking advantage of the fact that Gachagua is not around. You would have, shouted him out of town. Let's wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate that. Mr. Guru, you seem to be keen on the Mount Kenya cannot come out to demonstrate except things get too much worse. I mean, who is still importing?
In their pockets. In their pockets.
Order.
In their pockets.
Under Uhuru Kenyatta, these people were able to bring in containers of their items for resale. Now, with the dollar at 150, who is still bringing in containers? Are they still packing money in their pockets? Of course, with the cost of sugar doubling and the cost of unga doubling and all that, I don't know what else is left for them to realize
That
things
is
are
why
falling
I'm
apart.
that is why I'm telling you, Bernard, these factors are conspiring and are getting slowly to that point where this community will find no room to maneuver except join with others to fight for better situation. But as long as they are making money and they are okay in the pocket, they will not. But those things you have mentioned now are the ones that will make are the ones that are pushing this situation to happen. And I gave you a date of mid next year. If things don't change, you will see what will happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Good. We appreciate that for keeping us abreast with all the latest in understanding the mountain and the country as a whole. There is Kip Korir Yegon says Uhuru was the worst president of Kenya. I admitted you here to defend that your statement, but before you come in, it was a turn for Alex. Alex. Alex, are you letting Guru off the hook? Okay, Alex seems not to be near. All the same. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep liking the video, subscribing, and inviting somebody. Keep Korir. Why do you think Uhuru Kenyatta was the worst president Kenya ever had? Unmute and speak up. You unmute first. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, asante kwa kuingia. Uhuru was the worst president ever in the history of this world. Because ukiona term ya Uhuru,
Yes, go on. We are listening. Okay, you guys, the darkness is too much on the screen. Please, let's do something about it. All the same, thank you. Yegon seems to have dropped out. I don't know, he's gone for Kenya. I'll be waiting for that Kenya. But the country, or especially the Kenyan country, has survived a very trying time under Uhuru's charge. And I wouldn't pray for something like that to happen to this country with William Ruto in the helm of leadership. The way Uhuru navigated around the COVID-19, I don't think if William Ruto is faced with such, there will be any solution. We would have I cannot even imagine it. Please, let's just relax. So those who think Uhuru Kenyatta was the worst president, I need your reasons. I need your reasons because this country has made a lot of miles ahead under Uhuru charge in very trying circumstances, very limited resources. We have made giants steps in terms of infrastructure development, and of course also the putting the shilling under control, that it did not run away under his charge. He managed the economy to sustainability. When the country was all under lockdown, we still were able to buy things at normal prices. Sugar or normal price, unga normal price, all essential commodities. Right now, William Ruto is running around the world. The cost of living is skyrocketing. The life in Kenya is unbearable. Businesses are closing. Investors are leaving. Who can be termed as worst president? The one that kept investors here, gave them incentives to stay, to keep the employees when the country is under lockdown, facilitated people to work from home, ensured that we did not have the worst experience with COVID-19. How can you be the worst president and do all that when this one doesn't have COVID-19? This one doesn't have. I don't see any situation in this country that is abnormal. Okay, there is no famine. There is no what, but he can't run an economy. He can't run the investment. He can't sustain education. He can't sustain healthcare. He's all over, but nothing is happening. And you still tell me there is a better president? Something needs to happen to Kenyans, especially if you think that William Ruto is a president. I don't think he is, because what I see is somebody, okay, I think the Standard today described him as a flying president. God must just come through for this country. Under William Ruto, this country will wind up completely. It will grind to a halt. And he will never know where to stop. Because the way things are going, and he thinks he will contain Kenyans when they have nothing else to eat. They will eat him up. Well, wacha nisiongee sana. Alex, umerejea?
Niko kwa train, nafika mahali nafika in a few minutes.
Aya, ukifika basi. Karibu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep going. The voting. Let me check how far we have gone with the voting. Likes the video on 27. Let's do something. It means we are not subscribing. Subscribe to the channel. We need to grow this channel as well as others. Thank you so much, the Facebookers. You're doing very well. We appreciate you. And then, of course, on both pages, the Sound Candid Talk page and the Ngozi M. Bernard page. Thank you so much for the many viewers you are bringing in. Please, let's do so. But we want you to subscribe to the YouTube channel. The question we are asking on the poll is, will William Ruto succeed in containing Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders? So far, 29 people have cast their vote. 10% they say yes. 90% say no. Now, there is something phenomenal about Raila Odinga and his politics. He is known to betray leaders if the quest for the leaders goes against the people. And it appears that he does not bank so much on who is surrounding him or who is working with him in his political capacity. And that could be the reason why the people leaving him, or in terms of members of parliament, even governors and senators, doesn't move him much, as long as he's where the people are. And right now, The people are with the cost of living. The people are crying with the cost of living. And so Raila cannot drop the cost of living for no reason whatsoever. And on the other hand, William Ruto does not care whether the cost of living drops or increases. He is, living his dream. He is enjoying running around the world. And of course, the government pays for everything. So he's having a life of a time of his life. Unfortunately, that should not be the case for any national leader anywhere. When the majority of the people you lead are suffering, it should pain you. It should disturb you. It should cause you to have a sleepless night. But to William Ruto, it seems it doesn't matter. The reason I'm asking is, why is that the case? Why is that the case? Does he have a way of working around his politics without the people? Does he have a key that will, piki pongi and make him president another term without the vote of the Kenyan people? What do you think? Let's keep talking. Thank you so much. Keep joining. The link to use to get in the studio is here. Please make use of it. And if you're following us from whatever platform you are following us, it is end month. We are paying our bills. Please use those details and send in your contribution even as we continue with the conversation. Let me cite some of the comments before we get back maybe to public participation. Okay, let's keep going. There is in Kenya now, it seems, has okay, I don't know, Shaima unasema in Kenya now, it seems has if Corona is back, I think we'll be buried. If Corona comes back right now with Rigiji and William Ruto, we are doomed. We are doomed. May God help us. Faiza Fadila, this is the problem of being tribalistic. Skia Kiporil, they don't see what the tribesman is doing. A very sad state of affairs. Okay, kunana ni huyu. Okay, Alan Kebs says, idiot, where did he get the money to sustain the economy if not debts? Alan, I don't understand you. William Ruto has already overborrowed. If it was debt that was sustaining the economy, he has borrowed. Why hasn't the economy recovered? Why is he going around finding excuses for everything? Okay? He claimed that people are keeping dollars under the bed. But the Uganda shilling is gaining against the Kenya shilling. The Tanzania shilling is gaining against the Kenya shillings. The South African rand is gaining against the Kenya shillings. Are they also under the mattress? Kibbs, you need to think better because you have, I think, a sickness, if I will say the least, okay? We must see things for what they are. We must see things for what they are. An economy is managed. It is not left to run itself. Just like a car. You cannot ignite your car, get to the road, and let it run itself. William Ruto and team are lost in one thick forest. They don't know where they are, and they want Kenyans to join them there. That's why we must refuse. So, story ya Uhuru na dates, we see where the dates for Uhuru Kenyatta went. Expressway, the bypasses around the country, the infrastructure. Look across the country. I travel. Things are different. The Mombasa I went in wherever 10 years ago is not the Mombasa for today. I mean, you need to be blind not to see at the performance of Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto has been in office for a full year. Give me one thing, point out one thing that he has brought that has benefited Kenyans. Where is it? The Hustler Fund, he's the only one who knows how many people borrowed, how many people paid, how well the Hustler Fund is working. How that Hustler Fund is transforming the community, we can't see. Now look at the situation with the hawkers, okay? Come on, let's not be shallow-minded and, tribally influenced in our judgment on matters that are obvious. Every Kenyan is crying today. And that's because of the poor policies of one William Ruto. If he was a good student, he would have listened to Uhuru Kenyatta, not just listened, studied under Uhuru Kenyatta. When I'm working out with my bishop, I see what he does, why he does what he does to sustain what is working. But I can't be there and learn nothing, and then when I'm left to run, I can't run, and then I begin to blame that the pastor who was here was the problem. That is why the church is not running. No. So let's be serious on this. And then on the other hand, the issue of COVID-19, the country was under lockdown for almost a year, but the cost of living was managed. The cost of essential commodities was managed. That is how a government works. But right now, we don't have COVID-19. The prices of commodities are rising. William Ruto is still raising taxes. Okay? The cost of the commodities are rising because of the restoration of the 16% VAT on petrol, which Uhuru Kenyatta had removed by presidential order. Okay? To manage the economy and see to it that every essential commodity remains affordable for the common mwananchi. He did that after the people cried. William Ruto returns that, okay? Then he's now added another levy called house levy, and now he's increasing road levy, okay? Road levy, which is going to add to the fuel. Oh, God. And then after doing all that, you still tell us he's the best president. And then on top of increasing the taxes, he's what? He's borrowing more. So what is it? He said the borrowing is, he said what? The Uhuru Kenyatta was borrowing, okay? And he said the borrowing was what? The problem. Now, what happens? He's in office, he is borrowing, he's raising the taxes. What the taxes are doing, we can't see. What the borrowing is doing, we can't see. And you still tell us he's on the right track. He's helping the country. He is not helping the country. He's milking the country to death. And that's something we need to see and begin to appreciate. Let us not fool ourselves. Well, let's keep going. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, as you continue participating in the conversation. Let's look at the poll once again before we bring in Mr. Guru to weigh on the same. Like I said, we are paying our bills. The details are on the screen. I'll put it in the comment section. Make use of them. Send in your contribution even as we proceed with the conversation. 29 votes still. Wapigaji kura wamesusia polling station. We are still at 29 people. Will Ruto succeed in containing Raila by buying Azimio leaders? 10% say yes, 90% say no way. Okay, let's keep going. Mr. Guru.
Yes. I made my rebuttal. I don't know whether public participation and anything to say against what I said, especially on the issue of Kamwene, and why it has to be like that, because that's what I brought forth with the knowledge of hindsight on how our politics has been played in the past and how it is being played even right now. Is she there?
Okay. I think she... Let's wait for her, but I can also weigh on the same. The issue of Kamwene. Is it called Kamwene or Kamwene? All I can see is just a political tactic. It has nothing to do with it. It's not even tribal. It is a galvanization of a constituency that was left hanging. Okay, they were left hanging. There is a parable that Jesus gives in the Bible about these shrewd stewards. Okay, the caretaker who was stealing from the boss. Then the boss came and told him that your job is ending today, so go and collect whatever that is remains and hand your records. And then the Bible says that the man thought to himself. There is the translation I love most is called the Living Translation or the Living Paraphrase. So the man said, I cannot. He said, I cannot dig. Okay, I cannot dig, and I am too ashamed to beg. So I must come up with a strategy whereby I will have these people take care of me when my job is over. So he went house to house, and whatever anybody owed, he slashed it by 50% to secure his future when he will be jobless. And Jesus recommends the man. But this is the reason I'm bringing in that story. We had a constituency here that really want to do the right thing, but they are too ashamed to admit that this is wrong, this was wrong. And so I think the Kamwana move is not a move that doesn't, it's not a move without Baba's blessing. Okay, if you notice Baba's political moves is that he sees things and then finds them a solution. On the other hand, our politics will not move from tribalism in a single day. We'll have to gradually get out of there, and we will not get out of there by political rhetorics. We will have to get out of there by systematically moving the way Uhuru and Baba were doing during the BBI movement. Okay, it was a systematic way of moving the country towards nationalism. Although they made the stumbling block from the courts that messed up the program, but if the BBI will have worked and the things were balanced, we'll be better off as a country than where we are right now. So we will not move into the new dispensation of nationalism without winning ourselves from our tribal security. We must be weaned off the tribal security for us to be plunged into national security. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja, na tafadhali naomba tusonge mbele. So Mr. Guru, I think we need to prosecute Nini as we wait for public participation to come back. Alex was also landing. And the rest of the crews, the link to use to get in the studio is here. Lakini ukija kwa studio tafadhali utupatie manufaa ya kuwa hapa. Usituletee kizaazaa cha kusema mambo ambayo hayalingani na ukweli wa mambo. We are a channel that seeks for the truth. We want to be authentic and factual as possible. We shun propaganda, we shun deception, we shun everything that has something to do with public deceit. Don't deceive the public. Deceive yourself, deceive your children if you want to. But deceiving the public is unforgivable, especially when you are holding a public office. We must be truthful and do what we must do to save this country. And the question that CD asked on the Spice FM, he said, if these are the people we are calling leaders, what shall we call criminals? He said, if these people who are doing all these are the ones we are referring to as leaders, then all the criminals in prison should be released because they are better than the people we are calling leaders. Asante sana. Naomba Mr. Guru.
Yes, I want to comment on today's celebrations, the 62nd birthday of Uhuru Kenyatta. Bernard, you remember me telling you that the reason why this regime has retreated from criticism of the former president is because the intelligence out there was that it is not adding value. In fact, it is depressing them. So you could see the spontaneous celebrations across the region. And it's just the way you would indicate where your feelings are. And I think the message got home today. Unfortunately, this happened when Rigathi is out of the country. It would have been better if he was here, because he spent the last 1 year, talking about this man in the negative right. But what is now coming out is that he's got to be very careful. Otherwise, even that position he is seeking of being the spokesman of the community, you not even get anywhere near. And what is happening is silent resistance. People are feeling depressed. They are feeling that something went wrong. They were tricked. And because they do not have an immediate response to what they are going through, they are now trying to go back, like the way you would do factory settings, to where they were with Uhuru, and therefore reaching out to him and telling him, we know we wronged you, we know we were tricked, but we have no problem with you. You heard the messages coming from right in his home state, Gatundu. They told him to go back home, because the truth of the matter is that Uhuru just took off to Narok when he retired, and I think he's not been seen in Ishaweri. So I think those people, they know they have lost something, because when you have somebody like that one who is in the neighborhood, there are always some things that may happen, positive ones to you, even as he passes around in the village. So this is a new political reality, that Uhuru has not gone anywhere in terms of showing the region political direction. And that is the greatest dilemma that this government could have. How they handle him, I don't know. But already the indicators are that they would want to reach out to him. You heard Rigathi saying they want to get to him to talk. But I also understand he is keeping his... you'd not want any such reproach, Uhuru, and would rather stay where he is. Now, the most controversial thing in all this is what Maina Jenga has been saying in the media, that they talk often and that their activities ahead as we go towards the end of the year, and that Uhuru will be involved in some of these activities. And that there will be a big meeting in Nyeri sometime in December. And that we could also start some visits in November to thank people in Mount Kenya. If there is any one thing that this current leadership has is the fear of Uhuru coming strongly back into giving the political direction in the community, because that will completely wipe out their support in the mountain. And more so because now people, I think, have opened their eyes. They have seen that a lot of uongo ilitumika, and even they were made to oppose something that would have been of help to them, especially the BBI, and in terms of representation and resource allocation. And therefore, there is a lot of uncertainty, especially among the current leaders that we have, including the MPs and the senators. On one hand, they don't want to go hard and antagonize the Ruto, but on the other hand, the community is voicing different perceptions about their fate and about their situation. Therefore, that's why I have this gut feeling that by mid next year, if things don't change, or even they deteriorate, that is when you start seeing real, active, open agitation in various fronts. And this has got to do with the pocket. If the people find that they are making no money to bring a problem. Today I saw that Rigathi said he has signed a deal to sell to Java some 700 tons of coffee, 700. And you know, Kenya produces about 51,000 metric tons of coffee. So some of these things are laughable, but I can also understand his restlessness, because as far as the market is concerned and the manner in which they have disrupted the systems, there is a very steep mountain to climb. And he knows that this could make or break his leadership. So hapa hakuna mchezo. And the economy itself, you are aware, is not also doing very well. The sharing is continuing to depreciate, and there is no activity that seems to be in the horizon that could prop up the sharing. Perhaps if they have attracted more tourists as we head towards the end of the year, maybe it could find some bit of strength as more tourists come. But that is also something that remains at speculative level, especially with the kind of lack of confidence that we seem to be going through as a country right now, and the situation that is happening globally with these wars that are going on. So we can only wait and see. But things, I understand they have started revising and saying that we should wait for about 2 more years to start seeing real change in life. I don't know how many will wait for that time. They have also indicated that the students should pay fees even as they reorganize the new formula of payment. That brings also another problem, because it means some may not even see the doors of the universities, because truth be said, majority of those students are poor. They come from poor backgrounds. So there's so much happening that does not inspire hope, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. There's something wrong with this country where people you refuse. I think they throw away common sense, and when people begin to throw away common sense become uncommon, and in the process, we end up being our own enemies. We end up being our own enemies. There is this Fred Sagala. Uh, hey, God have mercy on me.
Can I
Okay.
answer? Can I answer, friend Sagara?
Just hold on. Let me bring his captions first. Then you can weigh on that. He says Ndindi Nyoro has just said that if it was Uhuru and Raila running the country, we would have collapsed. He is the best transformative leader, and his achievement will be realized from 2025. Okay, that is Ndindi Nyoro who has said that. It is not the Bible, it is not the prophet, and it is not God. It is Ndindi Nyoro that has said that. Okay. I said, what is this? The next one, he said, lack of confidence. Yet we are the king. Yet we have the king visiting Kenya next month. Everyone want a piece of Kenya globally. Stop being pessimistic. The king could be coming to check the projects the mother invested, whether they are safe or not. Who celebrates that because the king is coming, you should be okay? The king could be coming to arrest you. What else? He said there's something else. He's saying okay, there's something else before I weigh on that. He said we are not factual, we are biased. So when facts remain facts, they don't have sides. You're either right or wrong. You can't be in between if you want to be factual. That's what it means. Yes, Guru, what were you saying?
Friend Sagara, I think either he lives in Mars or in another planet. Reports are very clear that in the last 1 year, that the 4 companies have relocated from this country, and many more are closing shop. Those are facts that are verifiable. As for the king coming to Kenya, this is a person who is coming to enjoy himself. First of all, he does not have even the influence of the political influence that can lead to policy change, even in Britain. It's just a family that is given some respect. Otherwise, they do not engage in any legislative matter or running of the British government. So he's just a king. He has a history with this country. He's coming to enjoy himself for a few days, have fun, and then go back. But what indicates a confidence or the political confidence in a country is, first of all, the citizens themselves. The citizens themselves must have confidence in the political system and the leadership that is there. And then that resonates across the world. You remember when Kenya was described as, Kenyans were described as the most optimistic people in the world after 2002 elections. That's the kind of confidence I'm talking about that resonates even across the world, which we don't have now. And then the other indicator is what investments are we attracting? Are we retaining what we have and also attracting more? If we find that more are going away than coming, and even the ones that we have are closing shop, if we find that our Nairobi Security Exchange is not attracting people to come and buy stocks, then that is a lack of confidence by the investors locally and internationally. Because in fact, one of the greatest measure of confidence in a country is investment in the stock markets. Because what it means is that those people have seen that the country will, the environment will keep their investment growing and growing and growing. But once they detect that the environment is dull, then they will not put their shilling here or their dollar or their whatever investment that they want to make. So, friend, keep your theories to yourself and expand your thinking. Don't just be let your brain not be arrested by the yellow fever.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Guru. Fred seems to have been listening to these motivational speakers who tell you that today you are down, tomorrow you'll be up. You may have started small, you're going to end up great. Things are different. Fred, what is factual is that William Ruto assumed office when the Kenya shilling was exchanging at 119. Okay? And it got to 119 after 10 years. That's a fact. After 10 years, Uhuru took office when it had just become 100, exchanging 100, 101, thereabout. And he was able to sustain it for 10 years. It only depreciated by 10 shillings. Okay? Now, if you assume office and you and Dindinyoro say you are the one running the country better than Uhuru Kenyatta, better than Raila Odinga, how do you assume office and the first year you're in office, the shilling depreciates by over 30 shillings? What happened? What could not happen in 10 years, okay, happens in 1 year. And you still tell us that we are pessimistic? Come on. You will not take it, even if your wife is the one in the office, in the kitchen, and things depreciate to that level. that from 119 to 150 in 1 year. And you are still celebrating that there's somebody who has a brain who is working out. Now, Mr. Guru has just given you a fact. 34 companies have flown out of the country, fled from the country. Investors, people who are employing Kenyans and making Kenyans be productive and make Kenyans sustain their family, they have left the country. They have gone to Tanzania, some to Uganda, some to Ethiopia, some to Egypt. How many have you brought back? Your flying president is roaming around the country looking for investors. If you cannot sustain the ones you have, okay, who is coming to join where people, or you think this one's leave and this one come in? It doesn't work that way. There is, of course, I'll refer to the Bible. Those of you who don't like the Bible, please, you better begin to like it. It's the oldest book, and it has more information that we all need. There is, I think it's Isaiah 54. If I'm not wrong, 54. It talks about strengthen your stakes and then lengthen your cords. Strengthen your stakes, then lengthen your cords and spread your windows. Now, lengthen your stakes means you need to strengthen what you have already, okay? Before you can lengthen your cords. You want to expand. Before you expand, you should strengthen what you have. So if you are eroding investor confidence of the local investors who have been with you 20 years, they have been with you 50 years, they have been with you 30 years, they have given up on you, they are leaving you. Then you come to deceive me in Saudi Arabia or in Australia or in Israel. You say, come, Africa is ripe for investment. Kenya is the best for investment. Like that woman deceiving you people, telling you that Kenya is the hub of what and what and what and what. Listen, Fred and team, wake up and realize that there's something wrong with this country and it needs to be fixed. And samaki huoza kwa njia kwa kichwa. Okay? Kichwa kinachoongoza nchi kimeoza. That is why things are not moving. Education is about to collapse. If you finish, they call what, primary, you go to junior secondary, and junior secondary takes you back to kindergarten. Okay? It is only lower primary where one teacher teaches all lessons. Okay? Then after lower primary, you are weaned into upper primary, where you have every teacher with a subject. Then as soon as you finish different teachers teaching you different subjects, you now go back to junior secondary, where there is only one teacher for the whole class for all subjects. And you tell me there is somebody with a brain who is running this country. Come on, Fred, upgrade. Upgrade. There is nothing about, he said the dollar is depreciating globally. Forget that.
How?
You've been feeding on the UDA propaganda. I'm asking, forget the dollar. Why is the Uganda shilling gaining against the Kenya shilling? Why is the Tanzania shilling gaining at the Kenya? Let me just display this, because some of you seems to not understand what we are saying. Okay, let me get the banner if it's here. One moment, the overlay. Okay, the overlay. Okay, let me see if I can get it. Okay, here is the overlay. All right. Here's the over August 2022. The dollar was 19, exchanging at 119 and 12 cents. Okay. October 2023, the dollar is at what? 149.27. You got the Kenya, the Kenya shilling was exchanging against Uganda shillings in August 2022 at 32 Uganda shillings for 1 Kenya shillings. Okay. Look at now October 2023 with William Ruto. The Uganda shilling has gained against the Kenya shillings. It is now doing what? Exchanging at 25 shillings and 15 cents. The Tanzania shilling was exchanging at 19 shillings and 59 cents. William Ruto in office, the Tanzania shillings has gained against the Kenya shillings. It is now exchanging at 16 shillings and 78 cents. Now that is what we are calling facts, and that's what you need to realize, that it is not only the dollar that is gaining against the Kenya shillings, all other currencies are. The rand was about 12 shillings before Uhuru left office. Now it's at 7 shillings. It has gained over 5 shillings against the Kenya shilling. That is how you assess matters, Bwana Fred. Stop parroting things that you have no information about. So this story of global war, Ukraine war, Israel war is all excuses for laziness, incompetence, and of course madness, to say the least. So please, let's get things moving. Public participation, I don't know whether you're back. We need to begin to round up. Huh? Yeah, we have less than an hour now to get out of here. We have purpose to ensure that We do the very best in the shortest time possible, and thereafter we can rest and then wake up early for other manenos. But it's good that we're having this conversation, and then people need to have an understanding of what happens when a country is about to collapse. You have a leader like William Ruto, who is absent yet present, doing nothing to save the day, complaining, murmuring, and crying. You will not succeed about that. Public participation inaonekana yuko. Mr. Guru, wewe ndio uta respond, alafu tuone vile tunaenda.
You know, when you see statements like the one that Fred is bringing here and the arguments, Ruto is the most educated president in globally. He knows what he is doing. He doesn't need to shout about his achievements. Let's give him time. In 2 years' time, things will be better. We shall stand with Kenya Kwanza government. Okay, it is his political right to stand with the government because even a tick sometimes holds on to a dying cow. But truth is truth that indicators, you know, the good thing with economics, they are what we call indicators. And those indicators are so strong that you can even predict how things will be in the next 1 year. Today, Nairobi Stock Exchange, or is it Securities Exchange, is the worst performing in the world. That's a fact, which was already reported in the media. Number two, about 34 companies that were operating in Kenya are folded and left the country. Okay. Number three, our shilling is doing very badly, not just against the dollar, but also against the currencies in the region, in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and elsewhere. The food situation has not changed, despite being told that we are under Baba harvest. The prices of food have not made a drastic drop like we had been promised. We had been promised. The fuel and energy costs have gone up by over 30 to 40%, making life even more difficult for a majority of people. So what is this country friend is talking about? How much faith would you have? He's talking of World Bank. World Bank is not an indicator of a country that is doing well. In fact, somebody said, when the World Bank and the IMF praise you, it is time to be conscious. We have had these people here before Kibaki took over. Moi lived with these people over the years, and we know where they got us to. So when World Bank, IMF tells you are doing very well, remove you, put they are doing very well. Because one mistake that most people make, Bernard, is to think that World Bank and the IMF are donors. They are not donors. They are leaders. They are a bank. They sell money to countries, and they sell money to countries that are doing very badly in most cases. That's why somebody like Kibaki, he decided to go east and he scaled down on any transaction with the World Bank and the IMF. So to come and tell us here that we are being praised by the World Bank and the IMF is to miss the point. So we have seen this country at a time when we had the British and the Americans hovering all over, and the World Bank and the IMF you are talking about. We have seen sectors collapse. We had a thriving textile industry which was crushed through the so-called structural adjustment programs recommended by the World Bank and the IMF. We had a thriving cooperative movement which came to be saved by Kibaki after he came to power. It had ground to a halt. And as a result, poverty had increased in central Kenya and other parts of Kenya that had used cooperative as a vehicle for development. So what are you telling us? What are you telling us? The indicators are very bad. The indicators we have right now are not right. They are bad. And let's not cheat ourselves. They are bad.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. Reading that Fred Sagala's statement, it makes me have no choice but compare him to a student who the teachers are saying that is performing poorly. The mathematics teacher says you're performing poorly. The English teacher is saying you're performing poorly. Every other teacher who is handling you in class says you are performing poorly, but you don't do anything about it because the watchman at the gate loves you and praises you. So, will the remarks of the watchman at the gate turn the situation of your classroom performance? That's exactly how you're reasoning. That the gate man is praising me, so I am okay. No, the teacher who are handling you in class are the ones who know the situation. And the reason you're in school is to be schooled. It's not to be loved by the watchman or to be praised by the passers-by. So these issues that IMF has said, World Bank has said, even the king is coming, all those people are outsiders. The classroom teacher is telling you you're poor in mathematics, you're poor in chemistry, you're poor in physics, you're poor in English, you're poor in everything. Work on changing the tide. You say, no. The watchman likes me, the cooks like me, the subordinate staff celebrate me. Come on. Let's wake up. Tuache mchezo. Alex, glad you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, before Alex comes in, ngoja kidogo. Alex, mute kwanza. Tuangalie vile kura zinaenda. So far, voters have gone to 37. 2 hours in the poll, and the question is, will Ruto succeed in containing Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders? 80% say yes, he will succeed, and a whooping 92% say no, he cannot succeed in containing Raila Odinga by concentrating on buying Azimio leaders. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. Please invite somebody, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Tuendelee kukua. Alex?
Yeah, shukrani Bernard. Mi nakuanga tu okoa jahazi, nikiona mtu ametoka tu naingia, sababu sina mengi ya kusema. But I think I have two main things. Ya kwanza, there was nothing like Kibaki administration. These people, ilikuwa ni two parties. One headed by Kibaki and Ngilo, and the people who walked out of Kano, they sat together, they agreed on an amalgam, and they understood who was leading this side and who was leading this side. And at first it was functioning well, because even though the ministries were not given to the other party as agreed, but there was respect whereby you could see functionality of a government, whereby the ministers, the cabinets, the permanent secretaries, parastatal leaders were given autonomy of administration. Yes, Kibaki was the leader, but Kibaki had a strong agreement, which he did it with Baba. Now, they had a disagreement a little bit because of chungu and banana, but later on again, the circumstances put them to come together, and again, they governed this country. If you look like people like Kabando, people like Kabogo, they've come back to say how this really worked is because of Baba's willingness to not engage in confrontation, but focusing on whatever little they had to do to put Kenya into task. One of the most contentious issues that they did not finish was the Ngilu, national health care. I know they had a disagreement, but political center stage took off. And the other area whereby they had problems was elevating the age of retirement when Dalmas Otieno was in charge, but they amicably again resolved it. So the Kibaki administration was not a solo thing. It was a Kenyan thing, if we come together and agree. And if you could see how Kibaki chose his ministers, and Baba also chose, it was distributed all over Kenya with the intention of picking the best from everywhere, so as expertise could come into confrontation with mediocrity. And that was an experiment that was very clear, Bernard. So whenever we say Kibaki administration, I don't know why we forget Baba. It hurts me. So Guru, usiseme hivyo tena. You're the only one here, so I have to greet you. The other one is, Bernard, borrowing is not bad. And we saw it from the second term of Uhuru. Bernard, if borrowing is capable to put on infrastructures, and I've said here, a running country is not only healthcare. Even in healthcare, it is a business model too. So as in as much as it becomes philanthropic in other areas, there is a way we buy, we sell ABCD. So Kibaki, Uhuru realized that, look, whatever I may do, if we cannot do the basic, if we can't build the foundation, it can't work. Therefore, he borrowed. So he was a borrowing president. Okay? Roosevelt did it during the Second World War when they had a recession. And he built for the first time interstates all over the US. In fact, they were using trains which were not fast enough. So with the opening of the interstate, the country was able to maneuver and be more business oriented than what? Than other European countries. But I'll tell you, if you look at how the highways are built here, you could wish that could have happened in our country. How east and west, north and south are done, Bernard. I mean, it's so smooth that every state is part and parcel of the connectivity. So they borrowed the idea. They started from Nairobi. Bernard, you can see a significant change of what has happened in Nairobi. Bernard, when that Nakumat, I used to live in Kawasukari. Bernard, I moved because that Nakumat was taken down. I was pissed off. But looking at the expansion of Thika Highway a few years later, Bernard, what happened? I mean, it was another whole adventure. Land shot up, better building came in. The University of Kenyatta had a better gateway there, to a point that when the flower girl, Bernard, if you remember the first woman vice chancellor, we used to call her the flower girl, came there, we were contenting. Why is she planting flowers? We don't need flowers. But from the flowers and everything, the little she did, they were able to get a medical faculty. They were able to expand in a way that, you know, KU was only known to create teachers, okay? And JKUAT wangeangalia waone kwa ubaya. So in a nutshell, borrowing, Bernard, is not bad. But borrowing when you have no structures to build or any plan that will help you to foster the economy, or you misuse it the way Eurobond was misused in the first case until now, that's when Ruto actually was the gear, was the driver of Jubilee 1. And he always says he did it. And when you look at what he did, you cannot tell about it. Now, thirdly, Bernard, paying over taxes is not bad. We see examples all over the world, and I wish I lived in some of those. Bernard, you don't have to think maneno ya shule from kindergarten up to PhD. German does it. Why do people get scholarships to Scandinavian countries? Scandinavian countries do it. Look at Russia. They have a policy right now. Ukipata mtoto unanuliwa nyumba ama nini na happen kuja kwako, unanuliwa gari mpya. Now you are given some maternity leave is 2 years, and other countries. So overtaxing is not a problem. But overtaxing when you don't understand where your money is going is the problem. What is Ruto doing even first year? Nothing. So Bernard, I could say that what we are criticizing is not policy issues. Every country can change its policy to a point that you may disregard and say, what is he doing? But if people who are on top of leadership are able to choose working leaders, remember Kibaki made me laugh in a second administration. Kibaki said, you know, I've always wanted to work with Orengo. I have admired this man. Thanks for the coalition government. Why? Because he knew his capacity. So if we are capable, Bernard, at a point to pay school fees for our children, like the mamas who are in Gatundu said today, if we are able to pay for healthcare, if we are able to do things that are able to put more money in the pockets of parents, then nobody will complain, Bernard. The issue of internet. Right now, when Matiang'i brought it, we cried. Bernard, I know it was your first time to work in the media, and we closed the stations, the TV station for a very long time. But later on, when we saw the policy was working for us, Kenyans are better advanced in YouTube channels, in digital media, and we look back and say, thank you. We didn't know what you were fighting us. But when we look at it now, we thank them, okay? So, but I don't know what Ruto is trying to do, okay? He has put very myopic people. He has put people, Bernard, that we don't understand what they are doing. And lastly, he has put people who are able to abuse his opponents all the time, which was not that during the coalition government. So anybody thinking we are criticizing Ruto because we hate Ruto, it's not a matter of hate. A person can come into leadership, is not liked, but over the time, he will be liked. We never liked Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I swear to you, Bernard, I wouldn't say that I will ever have voted for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but his willingness to be humble and understand that it takes the other person's idea to run the country. If Uhuru was to run for presidency today, I will run. I will vote for him. Lastly, the people keep coming here and tell us that Ruto will rule up to this. You know, Bernard, don't even argue with them. It's a matter of time before they will get into the bandwagon and start saying, you know, I was wrong. So it's a matter. It's a matter that you don't have to deal with it. I don't know if Guru has always been a Baba supporter, but he doesn't look like one. Probably this is the first time Guru voted for Baba. But if you ask him why, he will talk in terms of policy. He will talk in terms of adjustments that this man is capable of doing. He will talk about cohesion. He will talk about issue that we overlooked, that a peaceful country works better than antagonization and tribalism. And Baba has never been a tribalist, you know. So allow them time, okay? Like the prodigal son, to come to their senses. God did not force that young man to come home. The Bible says when he came to his senses, and Bernard, that should be your mantra. Many people are going to come back to their true senses in 5 years when they realize that, you know what, this is bigger than we thought. We have to re-engineer our mind and vote for policy. And you can look from Central, and mostly where the most unlikely place, the Kalenjins as a whole, they've started their revolution, but it's within them before they go out. Look how they united together against who? Ababu na Mwamba, because they are own. And I think that's what Guru's trying to tell us, but Guru should be more nationalistic because he's a guru. We can allow other people, but not Guru, to talk about pesa yetu, mifuko yetu. Thank you, Bernard.
Alex, I'm a nationalist. If I were not, I would not be taking the stand that I do. However, I'm very truthful also to the realities that we confront every day. Because not many think like me. And I see their narrow thinking. And as a result, you can see where we are now. All of us are suffering the consequences of their myopic view of leadership in Kenya, where you have a whole community rejecting a program that was meant to better their livelihoods, simply because they hate one person, or they have been told to hate one person so much and see him as the greatest danger that they can have in their scheme of things. So I understand you very well. And I said yesterday that unfortunately we've got to carry that burden. Some of us who do understand, we've got to carry that burden. Even as we try to do the little that we can in educating the few that we can reach, so that we start transforming even our way of thinking. Otherwise, things will get thicker for quite a number of them. Kimewaramba baya sana, vijana wako wamesota sana. Even this basic activities like boda and kiosks have become a problem to sustain. So that is the situation, and you can't run away from it. I'm seeing some friend here asking, so what is your intention? So you want us to despair and die? Kenya is on the right track. We are trying despite the challenges. It is good to have faith and to even not despair, but also it is it's good to face reality and accept that things are not going well. What we should ask ourselves, so what should we do as citizens? Because it's not that we are completely powerless. The constitution is there, and there are ways. The political engineering is part of the in any democracy. So to just fold and say we are hoping that in 2025 things will be okay, yet indications are that things are moving from bad to worse. Even the little things we were able to do for ourselves, we are no longer able to do. Families cannot take their children to the university. Getting medicine has become very hard. Food has become a mirage. And then Alex here tells us, is it Alex? A friend tells us here that they have been promised that by 2025 things will be okay. It's a scam. It's a scam.
I agree, because Mr. Guru, sorry to cut you, but Fred, remember, we were told farmers have received fertilizer. We are going to have a bumper harvest. After the bumper harvest, the cost of living is going to drop. We have used the fertilizer. We have had the bumper harvest. Has the cost of living dropped? No. Point number 2. William Ruto said, now we have found a way. We are going to be buying petrol in Kenya shillings. And when that happens, the dollar is going to drop from 130 something to 115 or 120 thereabouts. Instead, the dollar is headed at 160. We are still buying petrol in Kenya shillings. One afraid, I don't know whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion you call it, you subscribe to. But if you're on the wrong way, going in the wrong direction, you can never arrive in the right destination. It doesn't matter. So this is not even a William Ruto thing. It's an issue of what Alex brought about. Kibaki comes in office, and I tend to feel that I think people who practiced teaching to some degree or lecturing seem to have a grasp on how to run institutions in the reliance on competence. Okay? Kibaki, having been a lecturer for ages, when he gets in office, he said, the only way for my class to perform better is for me to have competent teachers taking lessons. So his cabinet had some people to reward, but in your reward, you had to have capability to perform. Why? We are inheriting an economy that is negative. We must resuscitate it and make it work. The only way to get it to work, I need competent people. He picks competent people, places them in their office. He gives them a leeway to work. He gives them a leeway to work. He did not interfere with any ministry. That's how the recovery became easier. And the people went to pay homage to him in the State House. He chased them away. He banned Harambe, and the economy recovered. What has William Ruto done? Returned the Harambe. He now calls it Thanksgiving and calls it many other names. He is the only super minister. He's doing foreign affairs. He's doing agriculture. He's doing education. He's doing healthcare. William Ruto is in everything. How do you run a country that way? You hire people, you deny them the ability to work. You deny them the leeway to work. You're interfering in everything. Why? You want to eat from every plate. Come on. Things don't work like that. And so it doesn't matter what happens to this to the Ruto administration. His leadership is bad for the country. Simple and pure. Why? He has proven in the first year in office that he is either lost or he doesn't care, or both. And in the process, it doesn't matter which prayer we offer for him. He will still fail. Give him 2 years, he will fail. Give him 5, he will fail. Why? If you don't know the formula of getting the area of a circle, it doesn't matter how long we give you. Okay? The mathematics paper used to be 2 hours or something. Okay? We can give you 5 hours. But if you don't know the formula of getting area of a square or whichever area of a circle, you will stay with the paper for 7 hours. You will still not give us the area of the circle. Why? Not because there is no area for a circle. Because you don't know how to calculate for the same. So to see Tanganyani happen. On the other hand, Uhuru Kenyatta in his second term, he suffered the first term, okay? His cabinet in the first term was not as competent as his second term. If you are careful to know who was the minister for what where. In the second term, he had to wake up and realize my time is running out. If I don't purge this thing, it's going to do what? To spoil everything. So even after the acceptance of 50-50, okay, he still went ahead by ensuring that competent people held sensitive dockets, like education, like healthcare. He did not compromise on that. He needed people who know what they are doing to be running those ministries. That is how we managed to sail through COVID-19 in a better position than most of the countries. Why? Competence pays. You don't pick on idiots and expect them to deliver excellence. William Ruto is on record confessing that 90% of his cabinet doesn't know what they are doing. And Fred, you're convincing me that you're on the right track. In 2 years' time, things will turn around. When the headmaster who picked the teachers is telling you that 90% of his teachers don't know what they are teaching. And you want the students to come from that school with the flying colors. Hapana. Alex, unasemaje? Tuanze kufunga.
You know, Bernard, you've said one thing that is very important. Teaching is a very noble profession. Let me repeat it. Teaching is a very noble profession. If you look at how even those people who have been teachers or lecturers turn out to be later on, like I can single out Anyang' Nyong'o, they understand. Now, you know, the rise of Ruto from CU to the president had one disadvantage. Bernard, if you don't know, if you were to become a deputy headmaster or an headmaster or sometimes a boarding master, it was a prerequisite for you to go to Kenya School of Administration. It was a prerequisite. Otherwise, hautapenya. Now, if again you from a boarding master, you became a deputy, you were to go again. If you get from, now umetolewa from Alliance, umeambiwa uende maybe Kisii High School, ukuwe now headmaster, then again you will go for another course. The purpose of that was to prepare you to understand what your task was, number one task. And that's why they brought their ingenuity and the magnanimity to administration, whereby schools kept on doing well. When the deputy of Alliance or Starehe went to Kisumu Day School, they started performing better because they had practiced, okay, what they learned on administration, on generally on administration, and that really helped. I don't think Ruto went to Kenya School of Administration, and that was the biggest downtime for him, because Ruto should even read a book, how to make friends and influence people, or how to talk to anyone, everyone, or anybody, because he does not know how to talk to some of the people that voted for him. You know, he does not understand that his lies are now known. So you have to use one lie to cover another lie. You have to use another lie to cover another. And some of these lies are becoming laughable, like some of them you have said. So I don't blame the people that support him blindly when it comes to policy and implementation. You must divorce yourself from politics to truly look. For instance, I disagreed with many people when it came to housing. What I said, what's on the paper looks so good. I wish it can be done. My problem is the person executing it, I don't trust him. I wish we had somebody who can do this, because the housing issue it's bizarre, Bernard. How many Kenyans can afford land in Nairobi anymore? How many? Bernard, I tell you, it can be even a single digit. It can be 7%. Watu huchukua loan, ama makatels ndio wananunua cash. But Bernard, for you to buy a place that is comfortable for you and your family, that you can say, I've worked hard without taking a bribe, Bernard, that's a wet dream for a pastor. And if you do that, then Bernard, tutakuja kwako tuseme this pastor is corrupt. You know, you'll be like Pastor Nganga. We start making memes or memes or TikToks about you. So we are not in a fighting mode. This is our country. Fred, we are not fighting. You know, you are taking this as a fight. And that's what inanisumbua, because you don't want to look the other side and flip it and say, what if? Because when I was doing psychology in my lower years of first year and second, the basic psychology, sometimes you could be asked, what if Kennedy had not been assassinated? Will Obama had become a president? What if Malcolm X lived longer? Would Reagan had become a president? I mean, you have to challenge yourself. Ask yourself, what if these people are right in terms of policy? Weka chama kando, weka kabila kando, ujiulize, hii uchumi yetu sio yako, sio ya Ruto, ni yetu. Hii uchumi yetu inafanya kweli vizuri, from 120 to 152 and getting worse? Jiulize. And Ruto making a lot of blunders. One of them is, anapiga kelele hapa the other day, anasema, oh, Israel sijui nini. South Africa has refused him because he's part of the BRICS. Look at the BRICS. From Brazil, from Russia, from China. Now they are with what? Palestine. So you shouldn't be so quick to comment over things that can bring geopolitical damage to us. You may think it's just a statement and you have to make it because you think you're a president. But the damage that you bring to us, you don't feel it because you are in charge of our taxes. But who feels it? It's us. If now Russia refuses that there will not be any grain. And India, you know, India has already said there's no rice being sold out of its country for a couple of years. Okay, so the only alternative. Do you think America is going to give us rice? America will never give us. So we have to have somebody who is temperate, and ask yourself, what if it continues this way? What will be the impact? He is not running this country in a good way. Anybody can tell you. Kibaki, you will force him to speak, but he will never speak. Uhuru could keep quiet until anataka kupigwa kwa State House na huyo jamaa. Why? I mean, there's a reason why as a leader you must take time before you speak. Because if you are quick in speaking and acting, you are messing a country and you're micromanaging people, you are not letting expertise. Then why are we going to school? After all, our expertise doesn't matter. So, Fred, I mean, look things from a different angle. Get out of the box. Think out of the box. It will help you. It's not like we don't like everything Ruto is doing, but the atmosphere, the miasma, the political miasma is rotten. Totally rotten. There is no accountability. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that. We appreciate. It's important that we not only think out of the box. This is, like I said, we are throwing away common sense. And when common sense ceases to be common, we will end up being our own enemies. There is Amy Lete, if I'm not wrong, if I have pronounced that well. You see now the latest far-fetched claim. It's a your economy is structured on Western world economy policy. The world economy is in crisis. Therefore, your economy is in crisis too. Even Raila would not change anything. Your mindset is the problem. So, has Kenya been part of the world this year, or the economy has been part of the world all along? When the whole world was in catastrophe of COVID-19, Uhuru Kenyatta was president. What happened? Did we fall to this level? We did not. You keep referring to that administration as the handshake administration. The only thing that changed in that administration is that Uhuru refused to listen to Ruto's counsel and began to listen to Raila Odinga's counsel. And he accomplished more listening to Raila Odinga's counsel than what he did when he was listening to Ruto's counsel in 2013 to 2017. So the excuse of the whole world economy is falling, that is why our economy is affected. We still ask the question, why is Tanzania doing better? Why is Uganda doing better? Why is South Africa doing better if the whole world is having economic crisis? That's a simple analysis, comparison. You don't need to go to any, rocket science class to get that. If the whole world economy is the problem, Tanzania is begging to sell maize to us. They have more than enough. Uganda has gained against Kenya. Ethiopia gaining against Kenya. Even the youngest nation, Sudan, South Sudan, is gaining against Kenya. And you tell us it is a world economy problem? No, it's a homegrown incompetence of one mad person you want to keep driving you. If you enter a vehicle and the bus driver runs mad, and you continue sitting hoping that his brain will come back and he will take you to where you're going, you will find yourself in the Rift Valley. I mean, in the valley. That's when probably you may not live to tell the story. All in all, What you are simply saying is indicators, Mr. Guru told us, are showing that we are headed in the wrong direction. If what is happening is right, then the shilling will be stable. Then investors will not be fleeing the country. If what we are doing as a country is right, Nairobi's Securities Stock Exchange will not be the worst in the world, as is reported. So let's not pretend. The truth is, the person in the driver's seat, either is not a driver, he doesn't know how to drive, yet he doesn't want to surrender the steering wheel to the one that can drive. This is not a Raila Odinga issue. Raila Odinga is safe wherever he is, living his life. You are the one suffering. You are the one who not take your child to university, because university education is now, if you don't have 300,000 and above, you cannot even be admitted and all that. How many Kenyans can afford that? William Ruto knows how to shoot himself in the foot. He's talking about affordable housing. He's demolishing houses. Come on. I don't see anything in this. Let me just play this clip we hear from Reverend Lala, and we call it a day. Let me just remind you, this is a reminder. This is a reminder. I keep running this because it speaks the truth of what we are faced with. We cannot sustain an economy with the propaganda. Let me find the clip. Okay, one moment. Where is it? Okay, let me see. Did I throw it here? Yeah, here we go.
With market determination of prices, exchange rate movements are the most important indicator of underlying macroeconomic fundamentals. As the saying goes, when in doubt, observe the exchange rate. The lesson from history for governments is that you cannot manage the economy with propaganda. In fact, you can engage in all the propaganda you want, but if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
If the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. That's the underlying principle here. The reason why the shilling is depreciating 3 times in 1 year than it did in 10 years is because the fundamentals are wrong. There's no other explanation. Sagala and the other one, they say the world is having what? Listen, things are bad because somebody is not managing what is available. What we have here is an incompetent person who is pretending to be competent. It doesn't matter how you pose as the best teacher in class. Until your students begin to perform the best, you are not the best teacher. You can claim anything you want to claim. All right, Mr. Guru, inaonekana you're being raptured. Okay, Reverend Lala, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, Bernard. Guru, public participation, and the rest of our people. Good afternoon. I know good morning, wherever you are. I've just come from a funeral of a soldier, someone who fought in the Korean War, and we just I had some gun fired. My ears a little bit, trying to come back to itself, and that was a gun salute of this man that I've spent a lot of time with as member of the military. And I'm saying that to say this, that when we talk about war, we talk about patriotism, we talk about fighting for a nation. This man that we lay to rest today embodies all that. He was a soldier. He basically, at one point, went into a burning home where people were trapped there, and he saved 2 people. He got a medal for that, and we became really close. And I saw the kind of patriotism that is needed in Kenya today, at this moment. When you see a people, a great nation, a great people, you must remember there are those that have sacrificed for that country, that place to be where it is. Kenyans looking for those that will step forth to sacrifice, not those that are weak, that can accept any lie, any stealing, and expect the country to be great. It doesn't work that way. Some few weeks ago, I shared of a state of a town, which is my neighbor, in the neighborhood where I am. That town is literally bankrupt. It's bankrupt not because it doesn't have good buildings. There are some of the historical buildings that housed people like Rockefeller. And I just passed through there, and the place like a ghost town. Nobody wants to invest their dollar in that community because they cannot expect any return from that money. Kenya is becoming that place that's a pariah. No one wants to put their money there, and nobody wants to come in because they will not get it out. Ni kuingia ni rahisi, kutoka itakuwa matanga. And that's where we are at this moment. And so for those of you who are fighting, let's keep fighting. Those who are sacrificing, let's keep on sacrificing, because it is worth it. It's worth fighting for. And I'm happy to hear of some of the activities that are going on. Jubilee is back, and many people are beginning to wake up. And so let's slay this demon of fear, because the demon of fear will lead us to sell our souls to the devil. And when we sell it, there's no point of return, and the country will be gone. It's just like a ghost town, a place called East Cleveland. It's almost like a ghost town. And Kenya is moving in that direction unless we stop it. It was shameful for entire so-called economic gurus of Kenya to tell us about the overvaluation of Kenyan shillings, which is an interesting word, overvaluation, which means that potential investors will not come in. That exactly, and this is coming from the mouth of the central bank governor, as well as the one I respect the most, David D, talking about overvaluation of Kenyan shillings. So what they're telling potential investors is that their money will buy very little of Kenyan money, will mean very little. It means stay out of the economy. So it's a message that doesn't make sense to even economists. I'm not an economist, but I've studied a little bit to understand overvaluation of money or undervaluation of money. So Kenyan shillings is in danger. And nobody wants it. And so people will avoid getting in completely. And so we are in for a shock unless we change Ruto and his administration. Unless they are gone, the fundamentals are not there to keep this economy. It is about justice. Justice. It's about the rule of law. If we don't have it, don't expect jobs, expect losses. Don't expect good health care, expect people dying. Don't expect schools, expect your children staying at home, unless you and I step forth like this man I buried just few hours ago. This man who gave it all, he fought in the Korean War, he fought back home. He's done very well with his children. He's an embodiment of what we need in Kenya. And let us get rid of this man called Ruto and let us have our country. Thank you to all of you that are raising your voices. Let us do it. Kenya is worth fighting for. Thank you.
Yes, Reverend Lala, thank you.
Yeah, just a summary, Bernard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that insight and continued support as we continue engaging because of our country. I have very little regard for people who go out of the way to deceive the public. It doesn't augur well with me. And it's because you must be disastrous to be able to hold brief for what you know that is messing up the livelihood of majority of people. Any administration that plays around with education, plays around with health care, and plays around with food security is not worthy to be called a government. William Ruto has flopped in all that. So those are the fundamentals we are talking about. Job creation. We are going to 60 million Kenyans. Okay. Of the 60 million, how many are working? How many are productive? So if we have 60 million mouths to feed and only 5 million are the ones working, look at that balance. There is no way the productivity of 5 million is going to match the consumption of 60 million. It's simple. You don't need to be an economist to tell that. And so of these 5 million or so, 10 million that are working, okay, you have chased away 34 investors. So even these 5 million who are working, probably another million is going to join who? The job seekers. That will not help the economy recover. What did Kibaki do to recover a negative economy? He made sure he's running what he called a working nation. He didn't want anybody not to be productive. He finished all the boys that were sitting in jobless corners, introduced tuk-tuk and motorbikes, just to make sure that no Kenyan is unproductive. What happened? Mama Mboga were making enough money to sustain their families. Everybody was productive, or rather a good number of people in the country were productive. And that's what turned around the economy. So you cannot be shrinking job opportunities, shrinking the capability of people to be productive and independent, and expecting, okay, that you're going to do abracadabra and the economy will turn around. Things don't work like that. So Fred and team, you're free to support whatever you want to support, but don't lie to the public. Don't lie to the public. The situation can be bad everywhere, but it cannot be bad to an extent whereby that in 1 year, the shilling loses 3 times what it did in 10 years. Something is wrong somewhere. It doesn't work like that, that you drop 3 times than you did in 10 years. No. So let's not find excuses. Let's do what is right. And what is right is fix what is wrong, not find excuses for what is wrong. Let me play this clip even as we start to close. Just as a reminder, our poll was reading, will William Ruto succeed in containing Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders? 42 people have participated into our poll, and the verdict is 10% say yes, 90% say no, he will not succeed. Let me play this clip just to remind us so that when we close, you'll have something to think about. Because lies have an expiry date. Mzee Gatundu kept telling us here.
Tumesema tunaondoa ushuru. Namba 2, ile mtungi mnanunua kuanzia mwezi wa 6. Hiyo mtungi itatoka shilingi 2,800 mpaka shilingi 500 ama 300.
Na mwezi Februari uliwaambia Wakenya kwamba itakapofika tarehe mosi mwezi Juni, bei ya gesi ya mtungi wa kilo 6 itapungua kati ya shilingi 300 na 500. Hivi sasa Wakenya wanasubiri siku 15 kutoka sasa. Wanataka kufahamu iwapo mipango yote iko line ikifika tarehe 1 mwezi Juni, watakapoenda katika maduka haya ya kununua gesi wataipata gesi hii kwa kati ya shilingi 300 na 500.
Kwa sasa hakuna njia ya kuondoa ushuru mpaka budget ipite.
Kwa hivyo huwezi kuhakikisha kwamba ikifika tarehe 1 Juni.
Tarehe 1 Juni haiwezekani. Mpaka pengine
kama ulivyosema awali.
Mpaka tutapitisha hii mswada pale bunge ndio tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunateremsha hiyo bei.
Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kwamba
kuongeza
mabadiliko.
Kuongeza kwa kama tungepitisha hii jambo kwa supplementary budget. June ingewezekana. Lakini tulijaribu kuisukuma kwa supplementary budget, ikawa haiwezekani kwa sababu ilikuwa inatubidi tubadilishe sheria fulani. Ndio tuhakikisha kwamba hilo tendo inafanyika. Sasa tumeipanga vizuri. Tumehakikisha ya kwamba hiyo iko katika budget yetu, umeona waziwazi. Na vile vile tumesema tutachukua ile pesa ambayo tunatumia tunaokota ushuru kutoka mambo ya kerosene. Tutaitumia kusecuritize. Ndio tupunguze gharama ya mtungi ya gesi.
Naweza kuhakikishia Wakenya kwamba
budget tukipitisha tutapunguza gharama ya gesi
kati ya shilingi 300 na 500 kwa mtungi.
Kwanza mtungi, wacha gas. Ile tunapunguza kati ya shilingi 300 na 500 ni mtungi yenyewe. Ndio sasa uongeze gas ndani yake.
Lakini mheshimiwa, ukiwa Samburu, nakumbuka vizuri sana ulipotoa tangazo la kwanza, tena baadaye katika ukumbi wa mikutano ya kimataifa na akina mama hapa KICC, hukutaja masuala ya kwamba lazima mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 upite kwanza. Ulitangaza tu waziwazi kwamba utapunguza na itakuwa ni hewala kwa kila Mkenya.
Sasa mimi nataka nikuulize wewe, hii ni nchi ambayo inafuata sheria. Si umesikia huyu bwana akiniuliza ni kwa sababu gani? We are a country governed by the rule of law. Nimekueleza kama tungepitisha hiyo mswada kutumia supplementary budget mwezi wa 6 ingewezekana. Lakini kwa sababu hatukupitisha, tutapitisha sasa katika budget yenyewe. Baada ya hapo hiyo gesi itapatikana.
Kutokana na mabadiliko haya utaomba Wakenya radhi.
Kwa nini
walikuwa wanategemea kwamba ikifika
tarehe mosi
mswada
wewe ndio wewe ndio uko na shida na mimi. Wakenya hawana shida.
Okay, Mr. President, let's finish.
Hakuna tena mambo ya evictions katika Nairobi. Kama kutakuwa na maneno, ni maneno ya relocation ambayo itakuwa ni kwa utaratibu bila ya mwananchi kuvunjiwa nyumba. Uwezi kutoka nyumbani alafu unarudi jioni unakuta masufuria barabarani na blanketi sijui imekaa wapi. That one will not happen again. We want to make sure that we are an orderly, humane society that respects the right of everybody, irrespective of who they are or irrespective of their financial status. We are all equal before the Constitution. Mafuta ndio hiyo imepanda bei. Si ni namna hiyo? Sasa badala ya watu kushughulikia mafuta wanaanza mambo ya fitina ati wananipangia. Sasa mnanipangia nini? Pangieni mafuta kwanza iteremke chini. Mimi nataka niwaambie hii mafuta inaongezwa usiku na mchana. Mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba these people don't understand the damage they are doing to the people and the economy of Kenya. Kwa hii taxes wanaongeza usiku na mchana. Na mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa hapa Manga, tafadhali, mkiona tumesimama hapa mbele yenu, tunawaambia ya kwamba tutengeneze hiyo serikali inakuja ambayo inaelewa lugha ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Watu wa Manga, mko tayari?
Now, Kenyans already burdened by an all-time high in fuel prices will have to pay even more after the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, or EPRA, announced a hike in fuel prices.
Maisha imepanda juu. Hiyo ndio mafuta, hiyo ni mafuta. Watu hawawezi wakajinunulia. Mafuta ya kupikia, hata hawa hustlers. Wenye wanaendaga wanapimiwa tu mafuta tu 50 bob. Tukupika agarao siku 2, siku 3, wanashindwa na kununua. Sasa wewe Ruto, kumbuka vile ulikuwa unaahidia hawa hustlers. Ukiwaambia utawatoa juu, chini, uwaweke juu. Kumbe ulikuwa unawatoa juu, uwaweke chini. Jana mlipandisha mpaka mambo ya fuel, petroleum, kerosene, kila bei iko juu. Na ile imepelekwa juu, hata diesel iko na pesa kidogo kuliko kerosene ni kwa sababu umeangalia ukaona huyu hawa wenye wanaitwa hustlers, mwenye umekuwa ukiita hustlers, ulikuwa unaenda makanisa unalia ukiwaambia vile utakuwa muaminifu, vile utawachunga, vile utachunga mali zao, vile hata mambo ikikuwa aje utakuwa unasimama na wao. Ndio umenyonga, umewakunywa mpaka damu.
Mulichagua Mungu direct, alitoka juu akaanguka chini. Kungulu William Samuel Ruto. Akipiga kura walijua wamepigia Mungu. Walisema si uchawi, ni maombi. So mwenye amepandiza mafuta ni Mungu. Na ni mukale, Mungu mukale. Mwenye amepunguza bei ya unga, Mungu na ni mkale. So hiyo ndio Mungu wenyu.
Wale marathiũrũrũka mĩcemanio gũkũ makĩmwĩraga baya baya, semeni baya, semeni dynasty baya. Asra tawara.
Okay, needless to say, that is what Kenyans are feeling about the whole scenario. This is a mess, a very big mess. If I was William Ruto, I would not be fighting to manage what I can't manage. I would either hire somebody to help me or leave office altogether. Because this is not how things are done. And I don't think there is any other miracle that we can wait to see turn around whatever that is happening. As time goes, those people are saying we give him time. As time goes, things are getting out of hand with every passing day. I don't see how the cost of unga is going to drop from 250 to 70. It will never go back there. I don't think so. I don't see the shilling dropping from now headed to 160 back to 120. I don't see that happening, except by miracle from heaven. That miracle will be out of what? Will it be that we have not even if we discover oil, our oil in Turkana, I don't know where it went. But even if we begin, let's say, probably if we get the gold mine in Migori and gives us millions of tons of gold, then we sell it at once and bring back the money. Probably that would save the day. But with the current administration, their policies, their way of thinking, I don't see anything good happening to this country in terms of recovery. And so if we will fix this country, we must get rid of bad leaders. And bad leadership that has caused all this needs to be shown the door. That's why there's no amount of explanation you give me that can convince me. Our public participation, it seems you are not there. Okay, then this Njiru, are we supposed to take the link to him or he's on the comment section to collect it by himself? Maton, nimekusikia na nitakupatia hizo dakika umesema, lakini masaa ndio haya yanaendelea kukatika. Tafadhali jitahidi kama ni kuingia mwingie mapema tumalize ya mambo. Naendelea tu kwa kukumbusha kwamba mwisho wa mwezi umefika na lazima tulipe bills zetu. Kwa hivyo jitahidi kuwa mstari wa mbele kutuma mchango wako ili tuendelee na kazi hii vizuri pasipo kutatizika. Donations via M-Pesa, use the till number 516575, Sound Candid Talk, or +2547184545855. Bernard is the name. So those who can't use till number to send their contribution, you can use that M-Pesa number. That is how we do it. And it is free will in the sense that everybody does what they can do and are willing to do. And it's not a condition for you to be in this show or watch this show or participate in this show. It's just a matter of everybody doing what they are good at to ensure that a good program like this and other programs continue happening rightly. It is important that we bear the cost of making sure that this show and other shows run uninterrupted. We are working out everything to make sure that we will sustain our broadcast without problems. And I also want to remind us that we are broadcasting now on Sound Candid Talk TV because Sound Candid Talk channel has issues with YouTube We are sorting out those issues. When they are sorted, we'll revert to Sound Candid Talk. So don't unsubscribe from Sound Candid Talk, but subscribe to Sound Candid Talk TV. Subscribe to Sound Candid Talk TV. Those are two different channels, but serving the same purpose. So if you are not a subscriber of Sound Candid Talk TV, please do so. We will be here for a while before we revert to the other channel. So tafadhali usisalie nyuma. There are many people who are waiting for the broadcast on the other lane. It is not possible for now until we are sorted out the problems we are having with YouTube. In the meantime, tufuate matangazo na vipindi vyote kwa hii channel. Facebook haijabadilika, iko kawaida. Twitter haijabadilika, iko kawaida. TikTok the same. And we are now capable of going live on TikTok, but we can't go simultaneously. So we'll be having some reruns of maybe programs on TikTok, or we'll go live on a different timing so that we can also reach to the TikTokers in terms of passing right information to help the country move forward the right way. So please, let's be on the forefront. Those of you who need details on how to send your contribution, there you go. We're sharing it on the comment section. The till number 516575, the M-Pesa number +2547184545585. Bernard is the name. So please, let's be on the forefront. Let's do the necessary and let's keep going. So the situation in the country needs to be fully addressed rightly. Let's listen now to this clip by Uhuru Kenyatta, just to help us make sense, and even as we celebrate his birthday, tusisahau yeye, sikiliza yeye kile anachokisema hapa.
May God bless you and what you're doing.
Okay, there you have it. That's nationalism, and that is how a national leader speaks, and of course persuades people to rally around a specific agenda that is profitable for the whole nation. I support that and call upon us as Kenyans to wake up to that reality. I have said, and I'll keep saying, Kenya will only be Kenya when every one of us realizes that every Kenyan is important and every Kenyan must be safeguarded against any aggression, whether from within or from without. But as long as we are running a Kenya that favors one group of people against others, we are not yet building Kenya. And today we have had a very, very deep conversation here with Guru, with Alex, with the public participation. And it's all pointing out to one thing: the leadership of the country must be right for the country to go in the right direction and therefore thrive and succeed. We are suffering because the leadership we have is questionable. Their commitment to the welfare of the Kenyan people is questionable. If they will do the right thing, is yet to be seen, because what they have done so far has proved to us that it is not working, and it doesn't matter how long they are given. So let's embrace what is right. Let's embrace what is right. You don't need to, no Kenyan needs to lose for you to get. No human being needs to lose for you to get. God did not create you to come and grab what belongs to another person. God created you specifically on a budget, and your budget is available. You just need to key in right connections and, of course, right relations, and you will be able to get what you need to get in order for you to become what you need to become. So you don't need to hate anybody. You don't need to fight anybody. You just need to focus on what is right. And what is right is safeguard this country. The Bible talks in I think it's Prophet Jeremiah, He said, "You shall pray for the peace of Jerusalem." Okay, not the peace of. Okay, there is the call for the peace of Jerusalem, but what Jeremiah was talking, this prophecy was given while he was in Babylon as in exile, as a captive of war, I think so. And he said you should pray for the peace of the city where you are, because in that in the peace of that city you'll have peace. In the prosperity of that city you'll have your prosperity. That is something that we are not appreciating in this country. There are people who think that by running down Nairobi, it will make them profit. By running down Kenya, it is enhancing their welfare. It doesn't work that way. If you're not working out for the prosperity of this country, you will suffer the consequences thereof. If you're still working out for the destruction of any parastatal that you are running, it will eventually end up into affecting your pocket. It doesn't matter how fat your pockets are. If you are fattening your pockets by depriving others, in the long run, wanasema pwagu upata pwaguzi. Okay? Na muhini na muhiniwa njia zao sawa. You can't be doing ill against an economy and expect to profit from that economy. So let's all work out to help the country pick up the pieces and move forward. But not by supporting what is evil, not supporting and finding excuses for laziness and incompetence. Thank you very much. I want us to move forward even as we are in the wee hours. Mr. Njiru, ulisaulika wapi? Kwani watu wakitoka Misri wewe ukusikia? Mkubwa, hiyo audio imechukuliwa. Ujalipa ushuru wa Kasagwa?
Bernard, are you sure you are not getting me?
Okay, now you have come in. You are off.
Nakwambia nimeteseka kufika hapa bwana. Nimeteseka like yani sijui yani hii station mumeamua kuiweka kwa mfuko kama njugu karanga, mfuko mnatoa moja moja. Nimeteseka bwana kufika hapa bwana.
Pole.
Kenyan with love hata ndiye alikuwa ananielezea fanya hivi, enda hapa, fanya hivi, finya subscription yako. Hadi nikaanza kujiona kwani niko hapa chaje bwana. Mimi unajua naenda kwa station, naona station hamjafungua. Ile tu nimezoea tu sound card. Naenda hadi nikaanza kuuliza kwani hao watu unajua pia wale wengine tulitoka kwao walianza hivyo. Ulikuwa unaenda uwakuti. Kumbe walikula mchele kitambo. Sasa zingine but wewe najua wewe ukuli mchele, wewe lazima kukue na chapati na kuku.
Wewe hiyo ni kuharibu kuku. Kuku inakuruanga na ukali. Wewe unaharibu chapati, unaharibu kuku kipendana kwa chapati.
Ndio nasema sasa wewe uko zaidi ya nini ya kuku na mchele. Sasa nenda nini nyama na mchele. Wewe lazima kuku, chapati, ugali. Na sijui kama wanaweza leta hizo.
No. We have a sanction from YouTube on that channel. That's why we're here. There is a little problem, but it will be so.
Yeah, na sasa hii station watu wataiona aje bwana? And mnaongea maneno mzuri hapa. We cannot risk being sanctioned all the time, So nimesikia lakini let's make sure at least next week we are up and rolling because we cannot lose even a day with this station. Anyway, other than that, I hope uko mzima. Naona unashikilia. Yeah, it's good. Hold this baby vizuri. Huyu mtoto atakuwa mkubwa. Don't worry. In the next 20 years, maybe it will be a mainstream media. Wewe shikilia tu. Maybe utakuwa direct hapo na chairman sasa kama akina SK. Eh? No, we need a serious mainstream media by the way.
Tujenge tumalize.
Yeah, we need a serious mainstream media. So wacha hii isimame in the right. Tutaanzia kununua shares. Maybe tutasema share moja ni ngiri 10 ya Saudi Cardid. Alafu sasa tuanzie kuweka mamast No, so bwana saa zingine allow some of us to overthink in your station. Unajua some of us we like overthinking. Sio kwa vibaya. Tunapendanga saa zingine kutumia akili in some expansive way. So ukisikia saa zingine pia tumepitisha kitu hapo anaweza kuwa ni Nabii Yeremia amepitia hapo kando na ujui. Unajua una habari maybe Nabii Yeremia na ujui.
Mimi ni muumini. So believing is my job.
Yeah. So I could be the latter day Jeremiah. I could be the latter day Jeremiah. Hata kama siwabatizi. Ama John Baptist. Hata kama siwabatizi. So we have to hold there. I can see the future in this station. Yeah, because we can't risk what we are doing. So there is something now, Bwana Bernard, now as I enter into today's talk. I think let's agree our nation is failed. Unajua saa zingine tunapitanga tu kona hivi. Let's now agree that things have stopped. Things are not okay any longer. We are at a salvage point. Unaona kama ile saa zingine nyumba imechomeka, unasikia sijui kuja na ndoo ya maji sijui nini, wengine wanaingia huko seeing what you can save. Let's consider that our house is burning and we are trying to rescue what we can salvage, but it's no longer now a laughing matter. We used to think by the way, vile tulikuwa tunafikiria last year sio vile sasa tuko sahi. Things are going haywire every day. To the extent kufika ati you can be able to draw differences, clear differences between Uhuru regime and Ruto regime. You can draw clear differences. Yet many people are living in utopia. Amefika huyu ndiye amenifikisha hapa. Many people are living in utopia. Na usijifanye profesa sana. Umenifunza leo tu. Hujanifunza kitu ingine. Pole. Kenyan Islam, hakuna kitu ingine umenifunza. Ni leo tu, but I appreciate it. Welcome. So, Bwana Bernard, we have to stop living from the world of utopia. Not us, but some Kenyans are living in the world of utopia. Utopia is where in a nutshell ni kama maybe nisiharibie bangi njina, wacha niseme like let me say heroin or cocaine. The mood which heroin or cocaine gives you, virtual reality, a world which is not there. Uko na deni ya milioni 10 na kuambia una deni, like it gives you an artificial reality. Now that is the world which Kenyans are living in, whereby they think, some of them, where they think that Ruto can still do miracles and the guy is drowning, he cannot do anything. Some of us, we are actually waiting for more devastation based on what is happening. So hakuna, and unajua democracy is funny, and I want to explain here. Bwana bana najua utanichallenge kidogo. And that is why serious nations, people have gotten out of ballots. Because, and I want to explain it here. I'm not saying that ballots cannot give you somebody. But the truth of the matter is, chances of getting a good person from the ballot is close to zero by probability. Not only in Kenya, globally. if there is something which has destroyed, and I don't know who brought ballot work in the world, but kama kuna kitu imeharibu mainchi dunia ni hii kitu tunaitanga ballot work. Look at the African system. How did we used to have our leaders, our chiefs and the rest? There was a very generated system where people used to know the lineage. I'm not trying to say, like, frankly, like here I can confirm. Although many people who believe in Western democracy will start telling me, no, but I want to say it here. Like, for example, the system which Chinese used to get their president, to me, I think it is more better than this other system which we use for the Western system. Because like the Chinese system, they breed a leader. And that leader, within out of the elites who are available in the country, they know how to ring-fence that person, and that person, they know how that person will become a leader. But this thing which we call Western democracy, whereby tokezeni mupige campaign, aki ya nani, it will never give you anyone. I think it is a system which was brought to hijack democracies and to put people who can control masses. And that's why I'm trying to say, I'm not saying for bad, but the truth of the matter is, ballots can give you a good person, but the chances of giving you a good person is close to zero. Close to zero. The moment mumeanzia kusema tuache watu wapige campaign, watu wajitokeze. Number one, like for presidency, it is not about qualification. Inakuanga about pesa. Every global, like for example, like Bwana Bernard, kwa nini hukujisimamisha 2022? Why? And you are 35 years old and above. Why couldn't you vie? No, I need you to answer me that question. Mbona hukujisimamisha? Why?
Sister Juliet was here. She said she was blocked by Chebukati. So was my reverend. What is his name? Kigami. Is it Kagame? Kigami.
No, I want to know why kwa nini hukusimama? What made you not go? Why in 2027 you are not telling me you want to become a president? Sijasikia campaign yako. What is preventing you from campaigning?
I am working here.
No.
You preventing me from campaigning. This is my campaign.
You cannot prevent yourself from accessing democracy.
I am
Being a
working
president.
on that democracy. What do you mean I'm avoiding from participating in democracy? Is there any
I want to know nini nakufanya usisimame presidency. I want to know. Wacha kuruka swali yangu. Kwa nini hutaki kusimama?
I'm in the process of kusimama. I'm still building up my capacity, political capacity.
You hear?
No,
The word capacity.
Ngojeni, wewe. Si Boniface Mwangi alisimama, aliwaambia kwa nini hakuchaguliwa.
There is something which I wanted to explain there. Kusimama unaweza simama, but output. What I'm asking is output. Unajua hata vile Bernard ako saa hii, hata asimame apate kura mbili, we used to have Waweru Ng'ethe who used to get 2 and 1 votes. So what I was trying to explain is the current thing which we call democracy. Number one, it is usually a rig of moneyed people. That is one thing. Let's be clear about that. Unakutanga like for me to become a president, unasikia watu wakisema you need to have like billions. You need like to be a famous person from somewhere. So you need, like, and the truth of the matter, those are not the most qualified people in the nation. That's what I wanted to try to say.
Jiro, there is something you're leaving out. Okay? The story of politics being for moneyed people, it is part of the screwing of democracy. Okay? It is making sure that you see the way when you're looking for files or rather looking for information on YouTube, you filter. Okay? So our politics, Kenyan politics, has the filtering of ensuring that if I let this good person come in, the bad people will not get room. And since we want to get it the bad way for bad people, we should block the good people. How do we block the good people? Pesa yao tuwaibie, okay, isitoshe. Then tufanye, ukitaka kuingia kwa hiyo ofisi, unahitaji pesa fulani ambayo hawawezi kufikia. Okay? So you reverse the rules. It's like unaenda kucheza football, then unaona wakifuata rules za football hautascore. Okay? So unabadilisha, you still want to play football but obey netball rules or obey volleyball rules. In the process, us who are following the due process of football, playing the football way, we can never win against somebody who is using netball rules and volleyball rules. So it's part of the corruption. Let's not say that it is democracy. Democracy is not the problem. The problem is screwed people who don't want to let democracy work. Why? They are afraid of letting democracy work because it will never work in their favor. Why? They don't have political capacity. Okay? I talked about building political capacity. Raila Odinga has been the fulcrum of Kenyan politics all his life. Why? He has built his political capacity, not by building a following, but building a brand that cannot be challenged by those who want to join into the rest. And so, for us to be true to this country, we should insist for things to be done the right way and not for us to change right into wrong because everybody's wrong. That's what I'm saying. So democracy, in my opinion, is right. If we play according to rules, our democracy can work. If we let the winner be sworn in, the loser to go home, according to our democratic space, everything will be okay. If we let, for example, if we let Raila Odinga do his presidency in 2007, okay, he would have exited the scene by 2017, okay, and we would have realized much of what we are aspiring for right now, and we may have another crop of leaders from here who will have put up the structures that we are still looking for. So this thing we are looking for Raila Odinga to do, he would have finished it in 2007. The Kenyans gave him the mandate. The thieves couldn't let him take the mandate. So the problem is not democracy. The problem is those who throw the spanner into the works.
Okay, thank you, Bernard, for that. But we have to agree on one thing. Based on what you have said, you have just confirmed that democracy is porous. Is porous. It is subject to infringement, like it can be influenced. So if you don't have good people in your country, definitely democracy will not work. If the people who are influencing the system, the mandate people, majority of them do not have good character, democracy will not work. Democracy can only work if you have good people who are there to make it work. Like, for example, in the US system, there are two major parties. That is the Democrats and the Republican Party. At least they make sure that the internal democracy within the party is so rigorous that by the time at least this person gets out of one of the major political party, this guy has the conduit which he is following. That is why if you are a Democrat, there are some things which you can't do, even if Republicans want. If you are Republican, there are some things which Democrats want and you cannot do. So they have like laid down structures and the procedures. But in Kenya, it's only in Kenya whereby you win or you get to the presidency and you make a 360 turn. A 360 turn. Like unaambia watu nikifika pale nitafanya hivi. It's like you are hoodwinking people. It's like this person is taking us like harlots. Let me use the word harlots, because that's what unakutanga saa zingine. Somebody will promise you something and they do not fulfill, yet they have enjoyed the services at times. So these are some of the things which we have to start understanding clearly that democracy can only be enhanced when the character has been built on citizenry. So for now, including even like what was happening in Singapore, Singapore did not start with democracy. Singapore did not. You need to remember that pioneers of any nation cannot start with democracy. Democracy will not build anything. And I want to say here, you must have a rough platform whereby you need to trim and prune the bad characters. Otherwise, if the Kenyan system had done pruning, people like Ruto, all those people you call Jirongo, au watu wa 500, they could have been pruned a long time ago. Hata those people could be in village huko wakiwa naozea huko. Mtu kama Ruto angekuwa huko, maybe pengine angekuwa, he could be digging in the village. But this thing which we call democracy, it has actually allowed him to thrive within the system. Mtu ambaye pia nyinyi wenyewe mnasema sijui ni mwizi ni nini anafanya hivi, the guy thrives within the system to the extent even comes to rule you. We have now to start getting those limits of what we call democracy. Initially, when you are building a nation, because I don't believe we have built a nation. Even after independence, there's no any nation. Initially, the first people who get the mantle to lead the nation, they need to first of all put the structures working. Not a democracy. You cannot build a democracy. Democracy is built on a structure which is functional. Even in the US, they did not start with democracy. In 1861, they had a civil war. You cannot have civil war and democracy together. So the civil war trimmed some of the things which needed to be trimmed. Then when they were doing reconstruction, that is 1890 and above, they now had a nation which they had one corrective agenda as a people to do. For us, it is different. We have not built a nation so far, as I finish now. Na sija celebrate birthday ya Uhuru, so siya tutaninyamazisha saa hii. And I need to celebrate birthday ya Uhuru. Nishamununulia keki. So bana sasa tutakuja tukunisimamisha. I know it is 4:22 na najua leo unataka kufunga 6 hours. At least we still have 1 hour 38 minutes. Leo ni mimi nakupimia. So anyway,
Mimi naacha nyinyi wawili mkisozana. Mimi nimekuwa hapa masaa 4 na dakika 22 nimeng'atuka.
no, today you are very energetic. Unajua kuna ile wakati ukianzia kusinzia.
I was celebrating Uhuru Kenyatta, the best president who had this country at heart.
Bernard,
the thieves must be arrested. Yes.
Please, let's close together. I was fighting for Ujama huyu nini Stone Age.
Si ndio nataka kuacha since watu
No, Bernard, you know, let's close together. Let's close together. Just give me my contribution. Maybe a reminder.
Okay, okay. Kenyan in love, eh? I could be Stone Age, or I could be Lucy, or I could be Trokana Boy, but I gave birth to you.
It's 3 minutes to 2 a.m. Please, let's
close together.
Not overstretch this.
Okay, I won't overstretch. Me for me will be, I mean, mimi niko si kama huyu karibu. Ushisikia wale watu wanasikia hawajalikwa kwa birthday wanataka ku get crush. Haitafanyika kama siwezi ingilia kwa dirisha. Huyu jamaa karibu hapa niambie wewe ni nini ati kuna kitu inaendelea. Anyway, Jiro is a great person, but Bernard, unajua Bernard, as I'll do my just one contribution and maybe a closing remark. But Bernard, niko mahali tuliwaambia na msikiagi ubayenyo ni you be warned. Eh? Be warned. When you're being told something, skiza. Tuliwaambia tutoachokoza. Sasa oneni, mulisema mwezi imba Uhuru. Huh? Amwezi piga sherehe ya Uhuru, hamutaki. No Uhuru. Uhuru ni nani? Hajatufanyia chochote, hajatuletea kahawa, hajatuletea majani, hajatuletea ng'ombe. Ngojeni muone sasa ile. Na tuliwaambia mutaimba. Haya.
Leo ni birthday. leo ni birthday ya Uhuru. Oi, ya Uhuru. Leo ni birthday ya Kingpin wa Mauti Kenya etagwo Uhuru. Tondu kuma wathie unye ikwanyitanire nigunyua the birthday ya unye Kingpin wa Mauti Kenya, Kingpin wa Mauti Kenya, miaka mingi unye, na ujue tunakulavu.
Tulikuja tukawaambia hapana, tunaenda kanisa. Sasa ona, sasa tumeanza mnaimba Uhuru. Mlisema Uhuru si mzuri, sasa mnaanza. Bernard, where was Uhuru on his birthday?
Too late, too little. Too late, too little. Hata waimbe.
Where was he? Kwani Bernard unapigiangwa birthday kama huko area? Birthday yako si lazima ukuje ukate keki. Sasa ni vipi wale watu wenye walisema Uhuru aende? And you know, I saw this guy that I kind of like this guy. Actually, I'm looking for him to come and I don't want to mention his name here because I don't have his permission. But kuna jamaa alisema Uhuru aliuliza mara ngapi? Alisema Gai mara ngapi? Gai. Inywe Gai. Inywe Gai.
Nimukuona. Alisema mutaona. He said, by the way, mutaona. He said mutaona.
Sasa uneni mnamfanyia birthday akiwa hata yeye yuko yako area, hata hakuna mtu kule yuko, mumenunua keki mkule peke yenyu. Mwenyewe hayuko.
Even Gatundu people apologize. Sijui kama Bernard umecheza hiyo video. Kuna mama alisema sasa sisi ni euphoria ilitupiga lakini sasa tuponeshe. People are not eating, people are not schooling. Life has changed. I think 1 year after that guy has gone. I think we need to see what Uhuru did, and we appreciate that guy. And we also note that there is a difference when we allow a corrupt system to work, because I do not believe, and I cannot put that in the head that Ruto ni kushinda alishinda uchaguzi. No, it is subversion of the will of people. If Ruto won the election, angekuwa anafanya hivi. I want to tell you, somebody who has won an election cannot govern this way. I know if you win an election, Bernard, huwezi ongoza hivi. This is not somebody ameshinda uchaguzi. That is why he doesn't care. But if you won, because unajua winning an election is painful. See, I'm saying winning, not stealing an election. Winning an election is painful. Go and speak with people who won elections legally. Usikie wakwambie the strategies, formation of exploratory committees, the process, too much campaigning, assembling teams, looking for resources, looking for teamwork, looking for coalitions. It's difficult. To win an election is difficult. You become humble. If you win an election, you become humble. But if you steal an election, you become arrogant. And that is what we are seeing.
And thank you for saying that, Janjiro, because psychologically this is what happens. Once you make a mistake, you want to go try and fix it, but you can't fix it by just singing with someone. And then and Bernard Upperman, the theological school. Bernard, I know you're told the best way to win something is just keep quiet. I think Uhuru did psychology akiwa kulalienda gamas. I don't know. This guy is a mysterious one. I don't know, because once you keep quiet, you let people actually wonder what is happening, you know. And hiyo venyamenyamaza, sijui nasikia alienda Narok, London nimesikia something like he lives in Narok nowadays. That's why they're asking him to come back to Gatundu and whatever. He doesn't have to be on the limelight, because what? On his second term, he did his job. And he want everybody. So now people are listening. Bernard ukiniambia mato pale ukienda utagongwa. I'd rather listen. If I don't listen, I don't need to come and tell you and I never listen. You keep quiet. Jipangie we mwenyewe ndo utakuja kuniambia. I told you. Ukiambiwa pale kuna shimo na unatembea unaenda kuingia huko. The funny thing, Bernard, the political geographical essence of our country. The funny thing is that I don't see the Rift Valley regretting. What I see them, some of them, yes, are just regretting, and also they're the ones that actually had seen the whole thing. So wako ni kama wako tu venye walikuwa kuna wale wanaruka wanasema hey, hapa tuliuma vibaya. But the biggest part of our country, which is our country, and Bernard nilisikia mkisema tusiongee story ya nini ya regions here. I heard you mkiwa na kina Guru na nani, even though walileta na juu na public na Alex. It has to be said because it's our social fabric. Without talking about Bernard amevaa shati ya purple, Mato amevaa grey na nani, then we cannot even sit together. So what is this thing tunaogopa yenye hatuwezi ongea? Let the central part of our country know that we don't trust them anymore. They can lead us to the wrong way. Ndio walipeana tukura twenye nani tudogo sana. The whole thing was 3 million, the whole country when walipea huyo. We know who won. But let us see wale watu wasaliti. And I'm so thankful, Bernard, I never said, because I came in too late yesterday. After Sabina went, I stood here here and I told you Sabina hawezani na Uhuru. And she just committed a political suicide. Because right now, I saw in Parliament, in a show, I think it was Spice or somebody, Kenyan saying, now we have our own party recognized by the party, by the parliament. Bernard, who is the party leader of that party that is recognized? If you're the minority chief whip of that, or the chief whip, I don't care. Who is the party leader of that party that you uko nayo? You see, all of a sudden, mtu amejingiza kwa shimo. Remember, she was this close to being what? A running mate of Baba. Look at herself now. Kierere, you want to fight Uhuru? Na Uhuru unajua anakulanga kama nyamaza. You know, I used to say here, Bernard, before elections, I used to say, mi naogopaga mtu sana, mtu mwenye anasemanga badala ya kucheka. Ajua ule mtu anacheki anakwambia And you know Uhuru was very good at doing that. Kuna kitu anajua hapo hivyo tu anakuangalia na noeni fala. Wacha tuone. Bernard, I know tumekupata in the late time. I mean, kama ningekuja mapema, maybe we could have had more conversation because I have more conversations that I need to. But we need to let you go. But I've also tried to, I've realized, kidogo. I've also realized, Bernard, that a lot of people do not know that we have this channel going on. So I've tried to post it out there. Unaona kama Njiru huko alikuwa karibu anataka kuniwa. In fact, for the first time, Njiru amenipigia akaniambia Mato fungua show, I will moderate. Anataka rights zake back. Bernard,
he must make official application through the
unajua kukosa hii Saudi candidate ni kama ugonjwa bwana. Okay, wacha niongezee Kenyan with love just kitu moja tu ya 30 seconds. Unaona hawa akina huyo jamaa anaitwa Kuria. I know them. There is Kuria, there is another one called Pastor JJ. Ni mapasta wengi, they were Kikuyu pastors. I think this is the time when they are becoming remorseful. But the truth of the matter is that these people, they were some of the people actually who were used by Ruto to mislead people during the election. Because I used to follow some of them, even the clips walikuwangu wana post. Nasikia hata vile watu unasikia wakisema my friend nini. So what I'm trying to say is that some of the people we think we hold dear in the society, and we think that these people can make same decision the right time, sometimes they don't make, including even some of them who are even pastors. That is why they also need to understand that they can also be cancelled, and they can also be told by other people who can be able to evaluate and see things critically and categorically, that the direction in which you are telling people to think about and verify your people is wrong. So these were some of the people last year, they were actually castigating Uhuru. So maybe Saini, they want to behave kind of like they are on our side, but the truth of the matter is that these people, they actually castigated Uhuru sana last year. I saw them. They were not talking right. It is good mtu anaweza okoka sikatai, mtu anaweza toka kwa shetani na ingia kwa Mungu. I agree on that. But there is one thing which I wanted to confirm to you about Uhuru. Uhuru is a man of comebacks, by the way. Uhuru is not like Manu. Uhuru is like Liverpool.
One moment.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, who turned 62 today. The residents and traders sent messages of goodwill to the former president, who they say was instrumental in constructing the Gatundu modern market where they operate from. Miriam Nyambura reports.
Traders at the Gatundu market in Gatundu South, Kiambu County broke into song and dance on Thursday, 26th October. A rare ceremony to celebrate the former head of state, Uhuru Kenyatta. This was the mood in the former president's home area as they celebrated his 62nd birthday in style.
Tumesherekea leo watu wa Gatundu juu Mungu amemwezesha kufikisha miaka 62 na tumesema leo tumpatie zawadi kama watu wa Gatundu kwa yale yote ametendea hapa Gatundu South. Ametujengea mabarabara, ametujengea hospitali.
The traders thanked the former president for constructing this multi-million shilling Gatundu modern market, which came in handy for them. Other development projects that came up during former President Kenyatta's tenure include Mangina University at Mutomo Village, the first university in Gatundu South that has brought higher learning closer and spurred growth in the area. A cake was cut in honor of the retired president as residents called for unity of the Mount Kenya region.
Ametujengea hii soko inaonekana siku ya leo. Hawa mama walikuwa wananyeshewa lakini akakuja akawajengea soko. Siku ya leo tukasema tumpatie birthday, tusherekee pamoja, tukule sisi wote kama nyumba moja, nyumba ya Gatundu South.
Viongozi wa Kikuyu lazima uyumbayumbe kwa sababu kila mtu anasema ni mkuu. Lazima zote kwanza. Kama tunataka kushikana, turudiane pamoja. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta arudi nyumbani kama Mkikuyu, au Deputy President arudi, wabunge wote warudi pamoja, tuongee kwa sauti moja.
The residents saying Kenyatta is the Mount Kenya region kingpin and his leadership will steer the region to greater heights.
Ilikuwa rahisi, tulikuwa tunaweza kusomesha watoto, tulikuwa tunaweza kuwapea chakula, lakini sasa hata kusomesha watoto hatuwezi. Na hata tufanyie vizuri akachukua watoto wetu akawapeleka kazi. Sasa saa hii hakuna watoto haendi kazi. Tunaona tulimkosea juu tulienda na wave. Tulimkosea yenyewe, tunajua alikasirika juu tulimkosea. Sasa tunaomba atusamehe ili tuende pamoja.
Furaha yetu kubwa ni kwamba rais wa kwanza wa Jamhuri ya Kenya alitoka hapa. Mtoto yake ako hapa. Wananchi lazima waone baraka ya Mungu kwa sababu hata Mama Ngina Kenyatta ameona mzee yake akiwa rais, ameona mtoto yake akiwa rais, na bado kwa hiyo boma bado tuko na begu ya Mungu kubwa sana inaweza tutawala nchi na kutuongoza na hiyo baraka bado, hiyo mafuta bado iko hapa.
The former president has remained largely quiet since his handover of power to President William Ruto, only breaking his silence on politics at the Jubilee party headquarters in Kileleshwa. And later, when government officials sought to withdraw his son, Jomo Kenyatta's firearms licenses, during which he declared harassment of his family, and especially his mother, former First Lady Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Happy birthday, Uhuru. Miriam Nyambura, Citizen TV.
Sawa. Wacha niweke kike bwana Bananda. Najua unasinzia. Let me just put a kick on what you have said there. For your information, these Gatundu people, they are the same people who are unable to defend their son when his land was being vandalized. I think in March or May. Ile wakati hiyo shamba yote ilichomwa na nini, So they needed to have started from there. I hope now they are now more sincere. They are genuine in their heart. But there was something I wanted to confirm here. Uhuru is a man of comeback, and Bwana Kenyan with love. Take that statement with seriousness. Look at the trajectory of Uhuru Kenyatta. 02 Kenyans reject him. 07 he cows down. 2013 he becomes a president. And I want to tell you, the trajectory which Uhuru is following now, Uhuru has a lot of stakes in Kenyan politics. Today, tomorrow, and in the future. In a lean corner or in a warm corner, he has a lot of stakes. And I want to confirm to you, 2027, 2032, whoever will become the Kenyan president, he will have to get blessings from Uhuru Kenyatta. I have just said that he will have to get blessings from Uhuru Kenyatta. And I want to, and that is one of the biggest fear which Ruto himself has. Because by 2027, and you will see, there is a possibility, I'm not saying all, there is a possibility that over 75% of Mount Kenya votes could coalesce together into one direction. And that's not one thing which, that is not a thing which can make Ruto settle. Ruto has lost people. Don't be cheated that Ruto kuna mtu akona. Ruto has lost people because he has jeopardized his own. Unajua saa zingine, even if you steal something, use it well. He has now jeopardized them. Nothing is working for him. Talking about 2027 is the worst thing we can talk about. We want to still push on what happened in 2022. But as we even wait for democracy to work in Kenya, the truth of the matter is Ruto doesn't have a chance in Kenyan politics again. Whether he gets out in 2024 or he gets out in 2027, he is losing everybody. And you will see closely that even when he launches his campaign, because he will launch his campaign for the second term, he will be unable to assemble heavyweights in Kenya. Serious people. He will be unable to assemble anyone. And you will see, because his political brand has proven it cannot work for Kenya, it cannot work for us. He had an opportunity actually to show prowess, but he can't. Lastly, there is something important we also need to note in all these things which are happening. Number one is that Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is the only Kenyan president retired so far who still seems to have some reasonable influence outside the power. That is not something which we need to take for granted. It is like the same case of Donald Trump in America. Donald Trump in America has a lot of control of the Republican Party even after leaving power. And those are not people who you take lightly, whether you like them or you hate them. And the truth of the matter is, human beings follow power. And the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta is being embossed as the kingpin of Mount Kenya region, when things settle down, when reality pushes, when sensibility kicks in, I want to tell you that people will follow that power. So the fact that Uhuru has not lost power, because today we are talking about his birthday, and we need to talk about it. You know, if you want to finish somebody, finish the power in him. And that is what Ruto has been after. But he realized that he cannot be able to finish that power. And that is what Rigathi Gachagua has been fighting for, to become a kingpin. Lakini hizo kadi zimekataa. So as long as Uhuru Kenyatta has that power outside politics, he is very influential in the coming days. And that is one of the things actually which us as Azimio people, we can actually use that thing for our advantage. Actually, we can use that Uhuru power outside politics to actually assemble a mega machine which can actually defeat Ruto now, tomorrow, and in the days to come. We have power to defeat him because these guys are in power, they are in government, but they are afraid of people who are outside government. When Kibaki retired, I never heard somebody saying that we are fearing what Kibaki can do to us. When Moi retired, I never heard people saying we are fearing what Moi can do. But we are having Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta here, who people are feeling afraid of when he is outside power. It is something which actually can help us. We can use it to salvage the current situation of Kenya, and we can change situations. We have power. Bwana, that's what I wanted to confirm here. We have power. And you confirm you have power because of what is happening to your people and the prowess of your leaders and how they are able to agglomerate people and bring people together. Raila Odinga has power. That is why akienda pahali, he is getting crowned. Uhuru Kenyatta has power. That is why even people can do birthday in his absentia. Kama hiyo keki imekatwa hapo kama yuko. Bana, I don't know how many people can do your birthday na wakate keki na huko. Nataka unitumie picha. Maybe bibi yako na watoto.
Siasa yako hii tutaichunguza, lakini ukitaka birthday cake tutakuchinjia tu. Unajua sisi tunafanya virtually, na tufuata designer anatuwekea vizuri kama hiyo engineer, alafu tunaikata tukiwa sound candid. Vile tunakutananga tu sound candid ndio cake tunakula hivyo hivyo, mtu asisumbue mwingine. All the same, thank you everyone. Please, I want to remind us that the month is over, kwa hivyo tunaanza kulipa bill. Tuendelee kutuma hela zetu ili tumalizane na maneno ya bills, tushughulikie shughuli ya kumuondoa Ruto ili inji pone. Uhuru is powerful, I agree with you. So powerful that even 1 year later, he's more powerful than he was when he was in office. And the fear of Ruto is that he has done nothing for the whole year. So everybody has kind of turned Uhuru's performance to be most excellent. And Ruto is crippling with what to do in order to not even fit in the shoes of Uhuru Kenyatta, outshine Uhuru Kenyatta. And it's an impossibility. His thinking tank is empty. The people around him don't look at Kenyan politics the right way. They keep deceiving him that he can use thorax to turn around things in the country. It doesn't work that way. So we are dealing with a deceived person, and he's busy deceiving himself, and those around him are busy deceiving him that there is how he can turn around the situation in the country. The moment you cannot lay a grip on education, you can't lay a grip on healthcare, you can't lay a grip on food security, you are done as far as national leadership is concerned. And so those are the three most important things, and all of them have what? Gotten out of hand in his charge. So I don't think hata mabishop mkikutana kumwombea, muendelee tu kumwombea, tuwazui kumwombea, lakini mchague maombi yale mnamwombea. Yale maombi yanahitajika saa hii ni ang'atuke ili tupate daktari mzuri ambaye ataponya nchi. Kuna mtu hapa alitushambulia anasema William Ruto is the most educated president. Most educated? You people are insulting education. Most educated, how? How can you be making those kind of blunder when you really spend time in class properly? My high school, is it high school? Primary school deputy headmaster, Mr. Mwana, used to tell us that if exam is given to him 6 months before the day for exam, he say even his wife will never know where the exam is until the day the exam day has come and the students are ready. Then that's when that box will be opened for the exam to be given out. things go better when we manage them, not when we let them manage themselves. Appreciate you so much. Kenyan would love to take the last word, please.
Yes, thank you. Bernard, that guy that is asking that is saying Ruto is the most educated, please, Ruto is our president. And presidents don't lack photos. They are always there. They always come out. Tell him to go bring a photo of his graduation in Nairobi University. Then at least we'll talk. Kama atuoneshe tu moja. I mean, tunapatanga za kina Uhuru, tushapata ya kina Moi, hakuna hata wakiwa watoto. Mwambie aende atuletee graduation, I mean, photo moja tu, photo moja tafadhali. That's a challenge. Sitaongea sana. Bernard, I wanted to, as you close, to show you something here. And this is not even from a stock exchange. This is something you can Google. I want to show you something here that is very interesting. Both of you, Wen and Jiru, look at this thing. Look at this trend. Right here. Where am I? Sasa niko happy. Goja. I want to see. Yeah. There we go. Bernard, as I'm doing my closing remark, I want you to see this. This is a one day. This is not something I went to get very professional. It's on Google. Nimefanya tu ku-expand it. So today, that's how the dollar worked. Hizo ni masaa ngapi? Okay, so ikakuja ikalala ikiwa hapo. That's 3:40 something 5 p.m. Okay, let's go for 5 days. Ngoja pale mwisho ndio utaona sasa maneno. Okay, it's been plateauing at 150, kanashuka dakika moja, kanakuja kanashuka, kanaendelea, kamepanda hapo hivyo. Now, let's come to 1 month. Okay, look at that dollar, how it's working. This is in a day, this is what, 1 month, hivyo, inaenda bado ikipanda. Now, here comes the interesting part. Okay, me first of all, this 1 month is killing me. Just to say, this 1 month is really killing me. Look, we said kuna watu walituambia hajafika 150. It's here, and this is not even stock exchange. Look at what 1 year has been happening. It started vizuri hapa. Look at that climb. Then you come to 5 years and you wonder, Bernard, where I am right now, just watch my cursor. That's 2021, Ruto ajengia, 2022, Ruto ameingia. Twende kazi sasa. Hapo. Ona wenyewe kitu inapanda. Look, I mean, this is 2021. We were kind of playing on a plateau. But look at this climb right here. Look at that climb. Steep climb. And if you want to talk to me,
gradient. Gradient ya Ruto ni 10 times ya Uhuru bana.
Yes. Look. And this is not something hard to find.
Gradient ya Uhuru ni very gentle, but the gradient ya Ruto wa?
Ona hiyo kitu. Si aliingilia wapi? 2022 what? Let me go back. 2022
September.
Okay, let's go to November, October, September. Okay, somewhere around here, right? Ona sasa. Ona kazi ikifanyika. Ona, ndio sasa Januari sasa ndio kukaingia maneno. Ona venye kitu inaenda. Bernard, kama kuna mtu anatuwatch na unajua nini inaendelea hapo, that's my closing remark. I'm sorry.
Okay,
kuna siku ulikuwa unatuitanga watu wa numbers tukikuja. Because we look at things like this. Okay.
Bana, wacha nipige comment now that huyu jamaa ameleta data hapo. We need to poke out a little bit. Sinzia tu dakika mbili, I make this comment please. I know nataka kufunga but allow me usinzie tu dakika mbili ama tatu. Now, what does that show? There is no explanation why a currency should be behaving that way. There's no explanation. Like it is beyond like giving any reason. Like ataseme, because they have experts who can help to stabilize the currency. So two things can be indicated from what I'm seeing there. Two things, including even D himself, he can confirm this statement. Some of the scholars who say that walisomea mashule za maana sana. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Some of these schools mnasema ati they train experts. They don't. I want to say here. So Bwana Bernard nataka kusema hii, unajua these are long gone days when we used to say that amesomea IVY. There is nothing like that. IVY ni nyumbani. And experience. But I'm not trying to be comical, but I'm giving serious information here. So stop overworking yourself and saying that I want to go to Kadambosweni High School so that I can perform. No. Now, much of the information and dignity, you get it somewhere else. In fact, and I want to confirm it here, as someone who has gone to school, school will never change you. School will never give you, you know what happens in school? School is very monosided. Let me use that word. School is very monosided. That's why we always say the best school is school of life. Not the high school which Bwana Bernard ulisomea. I know you people, you hold these schools with a lot of vigor and saying that nilisomea hapa, here is where I got shape. No, there's no any school which gave you shape, my dear brother. You get shape from elsewhere. In fact, schools are institutions of indoctrination. But nikianzia kusema hiyo maneno hapa, mtu ataanzia kusema basi na mbona basi ulienda shule. We go to school, but we don't take everything from there. So let me talk about that chart which my dear brother ameshare hapo. Two things. Number one is that there is mega corruption. Number two, there is carelessness within the government infrastructure. People can still sleep when the currency is like that. Can you imagine that Ruto kila sana kuanga akiambia watu ati we are overworking? These days they are also doing tablets. Na wananga wako cabinet meeting, wanaandika na tablet na hizi kalamu electronic. Akona tablet kwa cabinet, yet they cannot stabilize that 153 shilling. So these are some of the things which you cannot, they cannot be excused of. They cannot be excused of, and we are in a free fall, and it's only that we are not in a serious nation. In some serious countries, wangekuwa wamedemonstrate na wamemtoa. Just by hiyo chat tu nani ameoneshana hapo. It's unfortunate, bwana Kenyan with love, sababu you are Daniel Kipto, mkubwa wa Efra, ama yule anatuongezea mafuta. You cannot talk anything ill about your government. We have to reach that level as a people, whereby even if serikali imekuajiri na inakupea mshahara and they are not doing right, you are ready kusema hawa watu, I disagree with them, I'm parting ways. How many CSs, how many government workers are even willing to lose their jobs because of this? Even including saying now we cannot work with this government any longer. The problem is that bwana Kenyan with love, Kenyans are not ready to sacrifice. And if you cannot sacrifice, you cannot get anything. Kenyan workers can actually help Kenyans. Let's assume Kenyan workers, telecom, all those who work in those parastatals waseme, we are just working on an inflation, hata ile pesa tuna save, even in 30 years, this money will not help us. And those people, they riot na waseme, we want a country which is stabilized. Can something be done? Something can happen. But because we are too comfortable as individuals, we don't care as long as we say that we will go. Like there is an attitude with the Kenyans which does not bring the Harambee attitude. That Harambee thing we sing in our national anthem, it is not there. The Harambee attitude which was brought there, it was about whereby We suffer together, we succeed together. That is the Harambee attitude, Bwana Bernard. But this Harambee attitude, it is not galvanizing us because it is being jeopardized by tribalism and other things. Ati Mukale ako tayari kuumia as long as mtu anasema Chamung'e ndiye president. Mukikuyu ako tayari kuumia as long as Aterere ndiye president. We cannot work that way. We need a way in which we can be able now to streamline this thing according to professionalism. Na kama basi huyu mtu amesoma kama vile mumesema hapo, why is he not using his knowledge to bring that dollar to 100? Akona PhD. Sasa hii PhD he can do it as a thesis now, as a dissertation. Ruto dissertation to bring the Kenyan shilling from 150 to 100. A wonderful project. Within 3 years now graduate.
Was he asleep when it was jumping from 119 to 150? So he has woken up. He wants to return it to 120. Hi. This country needs help. Badly.
Bernard, I just saw this. Do you remember when the dollar was this amount?
Yes.
He shot in ya nani huyu? 2011. Who was there?
Nani? Kenyan with love.
Kibaki's exit.
Kenyan with love. Na mbona akina Citizen waoneshani hizi vitu? Akina KTN waoneshani hizi vitu ili watu wakasirike vizuri. That's why pia mimi naona these media houses of ours are
compromised.
Are been bought.
So 17 this is
Mkenya hii atatokezea.
This is Uhuru. Hapa ni Uhuru.
Yeah. Yes.
Huo ni Uhuru 98. Ala, tulifika 98 2019. 2020 ona. Okay, no,
sasa tuko 100% times 2.
Sasa hapo ndio shida ilianzia. And we still talk. Bernard, hebu funga show tukalale.
No, hatuwezi funga bana. People have to assemble.
Ebu tufanye hivi. Mama Mary, she's saying that she missed the show. But you were here yesterday. What happened? You forgot that you were in a new... That's why I told you, everybody subscribe to Sound Candid Talk TV. That's another channel that we will be using. So usikose subscribe on both channels. It's important. And with the wherever uncertainty that is we are being treated with online, let's make sure that we take all the safeguards necessary. Secondly, just adding something to what Njiru said. When there was a problem with the Ministry of Education, Uhuru Kenyatta took Matiang'i from ICT direct to education. And he got into education and found 1, 2, 3, 4 people, the things that were not working. He went out to make sure that they work. Streamline education, bring it back to what it's supposed to be, especially with exam cheating. From Matiang'i, it went to Magoha.
Okay,
of its blessed memory. What happened? He continued in the same way, streamlining, making sure that education really works. It does not just give people exams and certificates. So when you don't try, or rather entrust to competence, you can't get proper delivery. And when you ignore experts' opinion, you will suffer from the consequences of that ignoring the experts' opinion. So we have a leadership here that doesn't care whether the experts are right, are saying, or they don't care whether what the experts are saying is the right thing or not. To them, they know all things. They are playing God. And of course, there will be reasons for the same. Anyway, we must call it a day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. 5 hours of conversation. Sorry for those who missed. Mama says she missed the show. Please make sure you subscribe to this channel. We'll be here for the next 5 or so days. Then we revert back to the usual channel. So please, tafadhali hakikisha uko kwa hii channel. And of course, we need you to subscribe. Let's have balanced subscription as well as followership. The Facebookers are doing very well. This Facebook did very well.
Bernard, I think you need to address Mama Mary. She said, because she was here, she's saying she didn't know where we were. You be prompting her. Tell her you need to click on the notification button so that when the show goes on, it notifies you. It's not you that notifies people.
Automatically. Yesterday I inboxed her. Oh, I think I remember I inboxed the link on WhatsApp. But all in all, subscribe, turn on the notification bell. You will always be notified every time we are coming on. And please, let's be on the forefront. Let's grow this channel as well as we grow the other one. And we believe everything will work out accordingly. Kile nimesema ni kwamba kila mmoja wetu ajitahidi. Alafu tumalize na Paul. William Ruto succeed in containing Raila Odinga by buying Azimio leaders? 48 people, only 48 people participated in the vote. And of the 48 people, 8% say yes, 92% say no. He will not succeed in doing that. So please, let's be on the forefront. Let's do what we must do to secure each one of us. I salute everybody for your faithful support. I salute you so much for your continued followership of our shows. And please, let's notify everybody we are here for the next 5 days. Thereafter, we'll go back to the other channel, but we'll be streaming on both channels. So you don't lose anything by subscribing to both and following from whichever that is good for you. I really want to thank everyone and look forward to seeing you again in the next show. But don't forget to remind somebody that the month is over and our bills are being paid, and therefore let's send in our contribution. Mama maandamano kamili yameingia. Mato, unaenda wapi?
We unajua, wacha kuuliza vitu bwana. You know where I'm headed. Mami si ati niwe naogopa ni Bernard knows my schedule. He's just trying to get on me. Ameanza kuwa mtu wa Ruto huyu, anadhani naenda kuona Ruto. Ruto asharudi Kenya bwana.
Alisema napita Israel, angalie ukuta kwanza.
Unajua jana nilikuuliza ndio ukalenga kabisa. Na najua uliona kwa sababu niliona ukicheka. Nilikuuliza kwa wapi tena, nikakwambia huyu jamaa venye tunaona sasa atatokea huko Israel, atapata. Unajua kuna pesa US wanatuma
the frying president. Nimesikia tumeandikwa the frying president.
Unajua kuna pesa US wamepitia kwa Congress wanatuma ikasaidia Israel. Sasa lazima angalieni huyu jamaa haki asipopatana na president wa Israel. Ni nyenye. Mama Mary, nitangoja unisalimia alafu nikimbie, nimechelewa. Bernard knows my schedule very well. He's trying just to be cheeky here a little bit, but ni mkubwa wetu, tunakupenda asante sana Bernard. Let me just, Mama Mary anisalimia alafu mimi nitakuwa nikichomoka. I have to, I'm late and I'm gonna be killed by a superstar somewhere.
Mami, how are you? Karibu.
Asante Bernard, niwasalimia wote kijumla, that is Kenyan with love, Njiro, and everybody. I really missed the show. I didn't know where I was. Remember the other time, Bernard, you sent me the link on WhatsApp, so I was easily able to get in. So I thought maybe the problem has prolonged. That is why I'm not seeing my people on the YouTube, but the few minutes can save a king. Thank you so much. Even for Kenyan with Love, just going to the Sound Candid WhatsApp and left a message there. That is how I got that message of coming and knowing how to get into. Otherwise, I say hi to everybody in the comment section and everybody Kenyan wherever they are. I know wamejumuika leo na happy birthday ya mkubwa wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. That's a beloved person, very, very inspiring. However, because people sometimes they need that. They need sometimes to smile because we cannot be miserable all the time. Ninashukuru Wakenya wote ambao walijumuika na mimi pamoja kusherehekea hiyo birthday ya rais wetu ambaye tunaweza muita rais hata wakati huu, very very openly with no fear, because he shows that he loves his country and he has done and being dedicated to his work completely. So I'm happy today somehow, and I'm getting better day by day. And I would just say a few words. As I understand, things are really moving very awkwardly. Sasa tunatarajia huyo Charles wa England afike Kenya. I just want to know what is his intention coming to Kenya at this very juncture. And the other question I have is, you remember Ruto one time he said that that white man surrendered the land to him. I don't know, he gave the land to him. I don't know for what. We have to be very, very vigilant with this guy who is coming in Kenya right now, Charles, coming to see the land grabber. You never know what they are agreeing. They have to be open to us because we know they own a lot of land, big land. And we want to know what his intentions of coming to Kenya at this time with this Jambazi who is on the chair. We want to know his plan. We want to know whether he is coming to cultivate a good way of life in Kenya, or he is coming to sign another lease for the land, which I'm not sure where he owns, but I know those settlers, they own land in Kenya and their leases are outdated. So for me, I just want to know that because there are so many people landless because of those big farms which are not even utilized. And it is our land. We can do whatever we want after the lease is over. And because this is Arab Mashamba, he might be just taking advantage of people's land and taking for granted that this, because he's a fake president, and these are big people coming from their country, they will come and agree and square up something which is against Kenyans. So Kenyans, we have to ask so many questions about this guy and know what he is coming. I believe he cannot colonize us anymore because people knows the pain and suffering of being colonized. And najua Wakenya wamesoma, Wakenya wameelewa maisha, Wakenya wamejua namna ya vile hawa watu hupenya kwa nchi. Kwa hivyo muwe waangalifu, nchi yetu isije ikaingiliwa, tujione tena tuko kwa madhara ya watu hao ama chini ya mikono yao. So for me, I say thank you so much for this evening and wishing Kenyans to have good evening because of the celebration, and asking everybody to be vigilant of what is going to happen with this guy when he comes to our country. So those are the few comments I wanted to make for now because it's already late, Bernard, and thank you so much for the chance. I know you are tired. You've been working so long hours. And I know it is almost it's morning in Kenya, almost. But I wish you have a good night, the few hours that you're gonna sleep. And Kenyans, wherever you are, you have a good night, good afternoon, good morning. Everybody, let's join together and oppose all those shenanigan things that are going to be held by these two guys whom we don't know their plan. They cannot plan about our country. They are not the owner of the country. We are the owner of the country. Otherwise, thank you so much. And also thank you for people contributing what you want to be heard saying, contributing about our country. Tushikane pamoja, tujenge nchi yetu. Kenya ni yetu wote pamoja. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Ami. Thank you, Ami. God bless you. We appreciate your continued followership and support. We are glad that you are here for us and for our country. Every other person, thank you so much for being part and parcel of this. Let's do this again some other time. Please keep it right here. Subscribe if you have not subscribed. Follow if you have not followed. Make sure you turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on any of our programming. We look forward to doing this again. See you next.
Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha Daybreak Worship. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show. Alafu tunakuletea taarifa zinazochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni. Viongozi tuliowachagua tuangalie wanafanya nini bungeni.
On a daily basis, whenever the House is sitting, the order paper is here.
I take any work that I'm given very serious.
Na hili bunge lina wabunge wengi zaidi ya 300.
For the welfare and the society and the just government of the people. I, Gathoni wa Mushomba, say no to an oppressive bill.
Kisha baadaye usiku tunakutana kwenye Open Forum Political Show, kipindi kinachotadavua na kufafanua makala na taarifa zinazokuhusu zaidi.
Sasa hii ndiye time ya kuweka kila mtu question mark.
Umeenda mpaka umevuka border, umeanza kudanganya watu wenye wako US na nchi zingine.
Tazama Sound Candy Talk uelemike. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.